afternoon session. We always want to give a very warm welcome to people who may be watching this, and in a moment we'll have a briefing on how folks can watch this and also participate. And before we do that, I just want to welcome everybody, call our meeting to order. It's my pleasure to introduce your caring city council, and that's Dan Albert, Alan Hoffa, Ed Smith, Tyler Williamson. And it's my honor to be the mayor of our city, which we all love and take care of together. First thing is public comments. These would be any comments that are not on the agenda. We request if you have comments on agenda items, just wait and we will give you an idea of when that can happen. Before we do that, I want to have our gifted assistant city manager, Nat Roja-Nasathira, just outline how the meetings are conducted during the COVID-19 crisis according to Governor Newsom's executive order. So Nat, take it away, please.
Great, happy to do that, Mr. Mayor. For those who aren't familiar with our council meeting process, we encourage members of the public to watch this broadcast on YouTube Live, which has the shortest delay of approximately 10 seconds. Viewers can also watch on channel 25, also known as AMP. You can watch at youtube.com/City of Monterey, or also on the YouTube app on Google Play or the Apple App Store. To make a public comment when you're watching the video, you can call into the conference line. There will be a lower third caption, also known as a chyron, at the bottom of the screen. As of last week, we have a new phone number for folks to dial into. That direct line is area code 831-582-6500. Again, the number is 831-582-6500. That will get you into the system, and no meeting access code is required. We do ask that you still dial *5 to raise your hand, and you'll be added into the queue to speak. That way we know if you're just listening by phone or would like to speak on that item. Callers will be automatically unmuted until it's their turn to speak. We ask that callers please turn off all television or computer speakers or go to another room while connected by phone, because any background noise will cause interference with the broadcast. I'll be calling on each caller in the order of their hands raised and call out the last 4 digits of each caller's phone number before I unmute them. I may also be calling on individuals by their name based on their caller ID. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Nat. And I would say that's working fairly well. If those of you who were with us last Wednesday, we did have a glitch when Comcast internet went down, impacting about 2,500 users. And that's the main reason that we have an item that we've been discussing, not just weeks and months, but years, the city budget, and specifically the putting on the ballot a potential increase in the hotel motel tax, also known as the TOT, transiency occupancy tax. And so erring on the side of caution and wanting the most transparency that we could have, we decided it was best to continue. And so far, so good. No glitches. Hooray. Oops, I just jinxed it. Public comments. And that is anything not on the agenda for folks. Do we have anyone who's had an opportunity to phone in yet, please?
Not yet, but let's ask our friends at AMP to put up the chyron if they haven't already, that shows that we're opening up public comment for items not on today's agenda. Let's see here. We actually do have one caller with the last 4 digits of 0112, and let's take their call right now.
All right, with a reminder, folks, we're looking at a 3-minute time limit. So if you would stay within that, we would very much appreciate it with respect to the pretty huge agenda. That's nothing new, is it? The huge agenda that we're dealing with. All right, so Nat, we have a speaker.
Yep, we have a speaker, 0112. Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely, I really appreciate you guys taking the time to be able to have us on. My name is Robert Brown. I live in Monterey with my partner. We live up actually near Tyler, Williamson, off of Franklin. We've been renting in this area for a little over 11 years from the same landlord. We've been what you would consider ideal tenants, always early on our rent, try to take care of the property, Be diligent about calling when there's issues and things of that nature. Last year, we actually moved to a house that they owned next door and continued our relationship with them. This year, they came around to us and they are raising our rent 33%, which is equal to about $600 per month. We have tried to speak with them about this and negotiate with them and see what we could do to help with this. We both lost our jobs due to the COVID crisis. None of this has had any effect on them, and they are pursuing with the rental increase. So I just wanted to call in, as we were encouraged to do, to let you know that not only is this COVID crisis obviously affecting the citizens of Monterey, but apparently the renters in the area seem to not be, as concerned with kind of our well-being. So without getting direct on that, I just want to let you guys know that we're here, and any help that can continue to be provided would be graciously appreciated. We know that California does have laws limiting certain rental increases, although this doesn't apply to single-family homes and some other dwellings. So if we could maybe work to remove make this mandatory versus having something that they may or may not get into would be really helpful for us as residents. And that's really about all. I appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you for your call.
Before we go on, as a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I heard from a community member before the meeting that they have trouble hearing sometimes if some of us have our mics on when others are speaking. So just kind of a reminder to all of us, staff and council, if we're not speaking, let's make sure we mute ourselves.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. That's really a good suggestion. I don't know if Robert is still on the line. I want to tell him that we did receive the email late this afternoon on the same subject. Thank you. So we do have your contact, and our staff will be getting back to you to answer your questions, see what we can do, what the current laws and situations are. And with that, a hello to Scarlett. And Anthony is going to be at Monterey High with her, but he's going to be in the MAOS program. All right. Nat, anyone else?
No, we have no other callers this afternoon for items not on today's agenda.
All right, thank you. Of course, we welcome further public comment on agenda items as we go along. The consent agenda, did anyone pull that from the public? Nat? Clementine, anyone? No?
Not that we are aware of.
Okay, council questions, or did you want to pull anything from the consent?
Mayor,
please.
I don't need to pull either, but it's item 6. I have a quick question and a comment for number 8, but I don't need a report for either one.
Okay. Well, why don't you go ahead then, please, Ed?
Okay, great. And I hope I'm not getting feedback on this computer, but hopefully we'll have it fixed relatively soon. Item number 6 is the award of 2 professional service agreements on on-call sewer line for video evaluation. So for the public, they know what we're talking about on the item number 6. The question I had was, I know that we have been doing sewer rehabilitation for a number of years, so I'm wondering if I could call on an answer of how far along are we? What percentage have we accomplished in this massive undertaking to reform and fix all of our sewer lines? So I thought it'd be appropriate to find out where are we on the overall project, because I know it was going to take about 6 or 8 years.
Good, thank you, Ed, because that's a similar question that I had, in that we've just spent about $16 million using low interest state loans to rehabilitate our sewer system. And so I thought this was something we probably should review as well. So we'll turn that over to our gifted city manager, Hans Uslar. So Hans, will you take it? Oh, that and gracious. I already used gifted. Gracious city manager.
Thank you so much. I really thought we were with the letter C as in Charlie right now, so I have to recalibrate. I'm asking Steve to answer that because even though I was part of the sewer rehabilitation project from almost my first day of employment with the city, pretty sure Steve has the latest numbers and can tell you where we are with that project.
Great. How's that for a G? Thanks.
Very good.
Nice. So yeah, thanks for the question. Actually, as you know, the sewer project, the loan project that has been completed. We have we're in the process of upgrading all our sewer lines to a passing standard. Really, what we're at tonight with this job is seeing how well we're doing. We have some data that we've taken in our key areas and our what we call hotspots, and we've corrected our hotspots and our pipes and our situation from that low interest loan that was mentioned for the $16 million. Right now, we're in the realm of every year we need to video about 10% of our sewer mains, and that's about 100 miles, 10 miles a year, which is what this contract's for. Those additional increases or changes to our pipeline system have to be accomplished and found through this video process. It's hard to put a number that says we're 85% complete or 25% complete. The problems that we're aware of are largely addressed. Our glaring holes have been addressed. This process, as we go through, will help fine tune and correct any additional leaks in our system that we have. We have actually gone through a process where we've identified areas that are close to waters or may cause pollutionary activities because they're approaching a stormwater system or something like that. Those have been checked and verified. I can't put a real percentage on it is what I'm getting at, but I think that we've taken a priority approach to take care of the worst areas, take care of the most sensitive areas, and now what we're going to do is a process by which we're going through systematically to make sure all of our system is as tight as possible and has as few leaks as possible.
Good, thank you. Ed, that answer your question? And did you...
Yes, Steve, I understand it's a long-term, ongoing, underground, difficult to get to construction. So the video is it sets the stage for the next cycle of projects as we see as we launch into it. I appreciate that. And is the mapping available for a member of the public if they wanted to see those projects, very similar to like we do our on top of our roadway projects for Measure P and Measure S? Do we have any similar overviews of how that project progresses?
So, like I said, we don't really have any large scale ones that are coming forward. This process will identify some smaller scale activities, and we will work with, Lori Huelga and our community outreach team to advertise when those connections are happening. I think that, the large scale stuff, like I said, when it comes forward, we'll get that information out. We don't really have a map per se that shows where those pot repairs will occur.
Okay, great. Well, from some members of the public that track this, they much appreciate the fact that much has been already accomplished on the rehabilitation of the sewer lines. And since we are an ocean town and so connected to our environment, I think everybody appreciates the work that's being done by your department and the subcontractors. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I may add one piece of information, I think about 6 to 7 years ago, as part of this project, we had all pipes that were graded as F, upgraded and fixed and repaired. So that replaced or lined whatever we did as measures. So that was about 5-6 years ago that all failing F pipes were fixed. What Steve is emphasizing now, of course, is that other pipes that might have scored a moderate C or so might get into the F status again, and that's where the inspection is. Aside from the 10% sewer inspections, what is also interesting to know is, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, we also have to inspect the storm drain pipes, and there I believe the obligation is to inspect 25% of the pipes on an annual basis, so that every 4 years, I believe, the whole system has been inspected.
That's our goal. It's a goal on the storm drain.
Good, thank you for the great answers. And Ed, do you want to ask, make a comment or ask about item 8, please?
Yes, thank you very much. Item 8 is Department of Defense procurement. So it's to serve the
No, item 8 is, I'm sorry, Councilmember Ed, item 8 is salary schedule.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. 7 is the one I wanted to make the
Thank
conversation
you.
about. Presidio Monterey. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I got a C- in penmanship. That's why that was so bad. So item 7, the agenda item is for appropriation of funds for the Presidio Monterey Public Works Authority, and that's the unscheduled maintenance. I always have this thing about the monetary amounts that we approve when it gets to the over $500,000. I just like to call it out and pay attention. This one is $1.6 million. That's servicing contracts for the Department of Defense, so it's not general funds. I just wanted to call that out and say that, whenever we have in excess of $350,000, it's coming to us to approve of this work for the Department of Defense. But it just highlights the activities that I know so many members of our staff are involved in that help support that contract with the Intergovernmental Services agreement in support of the Defense Language Institute. And so I just wanted to call that out. It's a large number. It jumps off the page at me, but it's not general fund money. It's going directly to service the contract that's paid for by the Department of Defense. Just wanted to make sure that that did not get overlooked.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ed. Any other comments on the questions on the consent? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
I'll make the motion to approve the consent.
Second.
All right, we have a second. Motion by Councilmember Ed, seconded just ahead of Councilmember Allen was Councilmember Dan. And so roll call, please.
Councilmember Williamson.
Yes.
Surprise, you were first. Councilmember Hoffa.
Yes.
Councilmember Albert.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Roberson.
Yes, he's ready for you now.
I'm sensing a
From the
new
last
trend,
meeting.
Clementine.
All right, well, let's go to public hearings. Item 9 is to hear an appeal of a 10% penalty for the late payment of transient occupancy taxes and conference center facilities district special taxes. The appellant is the Monterey Plaza Hotel and Spa. And I'm going to briefly outline how we do conduct our business and our correct protocols for this. I've introduced the item. In a moment, I'm going to ask if any council members have had an ex parte contact. And then the city attorney is going to make a disclosure, staff presentation, appellant presentation. We'll take public comment, then the appellant, as always, has the rebuttal. Normally what we do here is we time the staff presentation and we allot more or less the same amount of time to the appellant. But then again, with these are the only 2 items on the agenda, we want to make sure the appellant has the time that they need to express their viewpoint. And so, ex parte context, I will start. I did have 2 phone conversations, one with the general manager and one with the owner of the Monterey Plaza. And the information that was exchanged was all in the public record that is in writing in our agenda. We didn't talk about anything else. And it has been my custom over the years. I said, thank you very much. I hear what your statements is, but obviously can't take a position or give you any guidance. So it was information received, information only. And that's the extent of my ex parte. So any other council members, ex parte, talking to someone outside of this meeting about the appeal or the issue?
Yes, Mayor, Councilman Albert.
Yes, Councilmember Dan, please.
I spoke to the general manager of the Portola and the Monterey Plaza about a month and a half ago concerning the issues that are, like you said, in the agenda. I mentioned that I would talk to the city manager about those issues, and that was just about all of our conversation. But everything that I said was exactly that's in the agenda already, as you mentioned.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Ed, please.
Yeah, I think probably about the same time this occurred. I was contacted by the general managers of the Portola Plaza as well as the Monterey Plaza. And very similar to what Mr. Albert just reported, I referred them back to the city manager and the city finance director to clarifications. And that was about the extent of the conversation. Received the information, and what information is that I received is also in this staff report as well. So no decision and no indication of how I was thinking about the matter. So no predisposition to any decision was made.
All right. Anyone else? All right. So thank
Yeah, Mayor.
Yes.
So I was contacted by the Herald, and there was an article that was put out before the council meeting that had expressed some views that were made in what it said was private. The views in the article actually don't express what I communicated to them, and I do just want to reiterate kind of similar comments that I acknowledged the context of this meeting, and I'm going to keep an open mind as we discuss this topic and hear out the applicant.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Tyler. And so thank you for the disclosures on the ex parte contacts. It's very important, and I think I speak for myself and hearing other council members that were coming into this without any predetermined decision, without any predisposition, totally with an open mind, as is required, because transparency is very important to all of us. So with that, City Attorney, our very helpful Chrissy Davy, I think you had to share something as well.
Yes, and it would be more helpful once I unmute myself, right? So similar to the council members retaining their impartiality and protecting due process rights, the city attorney's office does implement a due process screen, and we did so for this matter. I am the advisor to the city council, and separately, Assistant City Attorney Karen Salama is advising city staff, the finance department, and we refrain from communicating regarding the subject being adjudicated, except for communications that would otherwise be permissible between council and representing a party before the court or a similar tribunal. And the reason that's done is just to protect due process and fairness in the proceeding.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll go to the staff presentation. So we'll go back to our city manager, Hans Uslar, whom I'm sure is going to introduce some of our high-class employees to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our finance director will present staff's position.
Hi, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. My name is Lauren Lai, the Finance Director, so I'm going to try to present now. Great. So the item before you is to request that the council deny the appeal of 10% for the late payments of the TOT and CCFD special taxes for the Monterey Plaza Hotel and Spa. The issue at hand is the 10% penalty related to the late payments for these special taxes for the period of January and February 2020. The amount is $40,718.50. Importantly for the council and the public to understand is that TOT is collected by the Monterey Plaza is public monies, and it is the sole and separate property of the city from the time of collection. The plaza was to hold the money in trust for the city and its citizens and until timely paid. Accordingly, it is recommended that the 10% penalty be upheld and that the appeal by the plaza be denied. This recommendation is in accordance with our city law, specifically Chapter 18, Section 77, and Chapter 35, Section 16 of the Monterey City Code requires the imposition of 10% penalty when TOT or CCFD funds are not paid timely to the city. The facts pertaining the events here is that the January and February TOT and CCFD taxes are due March 31st, 2020. They were not paid by the plaza until April 30th, which is 30 days late. Let's give you and others an understanding of our TOT. Our Muni Codes, Chapter 35, Section 11 says that guests at the 68 visitor accommodation facilities, also known as the VAFs, are required to pay TOT, which operators then must transmit to the city. It wasn't until just last month, July 2020, that the TOT was required to be remitted to the city every 2 months. Thus, TOT collected in January and February 2020 was due no later than March 31st, 2020. It goes on to say in the Muni Code that Chapter 35, Section 16, any operator who fails to transmit the TOT to the city on time shall pay a penalty of 10% of the tax due. So our Muni Code is very clear in the deadline and the penalties. In conjunction, we have a conference center CCFD. In 2013, the city formed the Conference Center Facilities District in order to finance the reconstruction, rehabilitation, and maintenance of the Monterey Conference Center. Again, pursuant to Chapter 18, Article 7, visitor accommodation facilities in the city are subject to this special tax, which is to be due and remitted with the payment of TOT. As we're all familiar, the COVID pandemic began impacting local businesses by mid-March, and on March 19, 2020, the governor issued the executive order which required shelter in place. Many hotels in the cities were closed, and several VAF operators contacted the city regarding the March 31st deadlines for TOT due date. There was some confusion going on at the time regarding various deadlines. We were approached by the city. And in response, the city issued a letter that clearly stated on March 25th, the city manager issued a letter to all hotels in the city. In addition, the letter also went out to the Monterey County Conventions and Visitors Bureau. The letter also went out to the Monterey County Hospitality Association, letting them know that the TOT and the CCFD payments should be remitted as required in the city code. The next slide shows you an exhibit. Attachment 2 provided in the staff report. This is the letter dated March 25th, signed by the city manager, issued to all the parties previously mentioned. An excerpt of the letter reads as follows. The city has been contacted by several city hotels in regards to TOT and CCFD that are due. Our response is to remit payment to the TOT and the CCFD as prescribed in the city code and CCFD bond indentures. Essential public services, especially public safety during this health pandemic, are dependent on TOT revenues, which is the city's largest revenue source. Moreover, the CCFD bond indenture obligates the city to levy and collect the CCFD. Unfortunately, there is no provision in the documents that allow the city to collect less than the entire amount of the CCFD or to waive any of the incurred penalty. Again, this letter is dated March 25th by the city manager. In response to that letter, the city received 92.6% compliance from the VAF operators, meaning by March 31st, we had 63 of the VAF operators submit on time and only 5 delinquents. Subsequently, I, the finance director, sent a letter to the 5 past due operators. That letter is dated April 24th. And the letter notified the 5 hotels, including the Plaza, that they had not submitted the TOT and CCFD payments for January and February, and that the payment was past due, and that a 10% penalty was also due and owing. In the staff report, and also as shown here, attachment 3, an exhibit to this presentation, the letter was sent to the Monterey Plaza, and it stated exactly what I've mentioned there, which is the payments are past due and there is a 10% penalty. Subsequent to this letter on April 30th, the plaza submitted $407,184.99 in TOT and CCFD special taxes, but did not pay the assessed penalty. On May 4th, the plaza submitted a letter to the city, along with the Portola Hotel, appealing the delinquency penalty in a letter dated May 4th. The other 3 VAFs did not appeal. The plaza's appeal centers on the March 31st meeting at the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce's Business Roundtable, attended by the city manager. According to the recap notes taken by the chamber, the city manager stated, quote, "Hotels are to forward their TOT and CCFD payments to the city as agreed, and the city will waive late penalties if above payments are not received by the first of the month," close quote. The city's response to such notes from the meeting is that the city manager does not have the power to orally alter the city code. Furthermore, the notes do not accurately reflect the March 31st call, during which the city manager did not state that delinquent penalties would be waived with respect to TOTs. Such a statement would have been a direct contradiction of the letter sent by the city manager just days before to all hotel operators dated March 25th. Rather, any discussion of late payments during the call was regarding rent payments. This is supported by the actions of the vast majority of hotel operators who timely remitted their TOT and CCFD payments. If there had been a statement made regarding waiving TOT penalties, there would have been no incentive for any hotel to make a timely payment, something which 92.6% of the hotels did. With that, city staff recommends that the city council deny the appeal of the Monterey Plaza Hotel of the 10% penalty imposed for the late payment of the TOT and CCFD special taxes for the period of January and February 2020.
Thank you very much, Lauren, for that really luminous report. And at this point, council questions before we ask the appellant? Okay, seeing none, then we certainly are here to hear the appellant, and the staff took about 10 minutes, and that's, if you need more, we certainly understand, would allow that, but that's something to shoot for. And so with that, I would guess, Nat, that we do have the appellants or a representative ready to present to the council.
Yes, we do. We have both Chris Summers, who is the general manager for the Monterey Plaza Hotel and Spa, as well as we have with us Greg Alden, who is I believe, the owner or operator of the hotel as well. Chris and Greg, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Oh, good. Glad you're with us. And what we have here, and we'll share the screen, is a copy of your presentation that you have. These are the PDF files, 9 pages total, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll do that, and you can proceed.
Thanks, Matt. My name is Chris Summers. I'm the managing director at the Monterey Plaza Hotel and Spa. Dear Mayor, City Council, City staff, thank you for taking the time to review this appeal with us. For us to give you a better understanding of the sequence of events that led us to delay the payment. I really assure you that we had never had any intention of not paying or challenging the actual TOT payment itself. We simply had a different understanding due to some over communication from the city that led us to believe that we could concentrate on employee payments as a priority and then get to the TOT payment. I would like to review the key timeline, which is the Exhibit A, in detail with you, and then pass it over to Greg Alden, who's the owner and representative of the Alden family, who has owned the Monterey Plaza for over 25 years. So starting on March 17th, obviously this was
one of the most difficult days. We had to temporarily cease operations for the safety of our employees, the guests, and the community due to COVID-19. An email was sent to the city manager to notify him, so he was aware. And then a call was made the day after where I did talk to Hans himself, and he was very concerned and supportive throughout the discussion. Then on March 18th, there was a Monterey Convention Center Advisory Committee meeting. This is Exhibit C, where the city manager stated on record at one point, the first highlighted point, that we are also looking into deferring payments like the TOT. He also stated that we don't want to take money if hotels are having cash flow problems and then they have to foreclose. We are in this together. We have reserves as well and can hang in there. Then on March 25th, as the finance director pointed out, the city sent out the letter making it clear that the TOT and processing penalties for late payments were moving forward. Where the main confusion, as well as pointed out, came on March 31st during the Chamber of Commerce Business Roundtable meeting. That's Exhibit D. The city manager stated on the record, and it is in the notes, that the city will waive late penalties if above monies are not received by the first of the month. This gave us an understanding that, again, we could focus on the employee payments that we had involved with closing a hotel and prioritize that. On April 24th was the next time that we received any communication, and that was a letter saying that the penalty of the 10% is being imposed. Prior to this, there was no other communication with us. We did, as indicated, we submitted the full TOT payment on April 30th, and then on May 4th, Janine Chikarat, the general manager of the Portola Hotel, filed that appeal on behalf of both of our properties. The one thing I do want to point out is that both the chamber notes and the MCC advisory committee minutes were sent out to members and the committee for review. We never saw any corrections to these notes, and the MCC minutes were approved by the committee in the following meeting. So it's always been our understanding that when the city manager speaks in public, that he speaks for the city. And from there, I would like to pass it on to Greg Alden for him to speak further.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Mayor and City Council, for your time and your review of this matter. As Chris mentioned, we've owned the hotel for 27 years. We have never missed a TOT payment to the city or to any city we operate in. We never would. We fully understand these are public monies that we hold on behalf of the city until it's remitted. There's no argument that it's the city's money. It's no argument that it's due and we have to pay it. And we've never had and never would not pay it. This is clearly a situation of us believing the city was granting hotel operators something that the city doesn't believe they granted. And I think all sides are operated in earnestness and in a bit of a state of chaos, as you recall what was happening in late March. If I can have Exhibit B called up, just for two items, I'd like 2 points of clarification for context that I think might be helpful in framing the discussion. On Exhibit B, I just want the city to know that throughout California and throughout the nation, many cities were deferring the collection of TOT to help support their struggling hospitality businesses. This is a partial list, and frankly, since I put this list together, I've looked up and seen that Solvang deferred theirs for Q1, Beverly Hills, Manhattan Beach, Healdsburg, Arcadia, Morro Bay, Big Bear Lake, Yolo County, Mammoth Lakes, St. Helena. All these are other cities that aren't listed on this list that should be added to the list. Ojai, San Juan Capistrano, many cities worked to help their communities. And we thought that just like these cities, we thought Monterey was trying to help their struggling hospitality businesses. We thought on that first day of notes on the meeting minutes in the conference center, when the city manager said that we're all in this together and we're looking at all options, we thought that the city's mindset was to help us. And then when we saw the letter, we understood that the city was saying it was due. But then on that 31st, when the city manager then made it very clear on the record that it wasn't due, we said we thought not that the city manager in his own position was changing the rules, but that he was speaking on behalf of the city and letting us know that the city was going to delay that collection. So our mindset when we saw that note on the 31st was not that this is something unusual, but that the city was doing what many others have. Just for reference, we operate 3 hotels in Napa County deferred payment. We operate a hotel in Sonoma County deferred payment. And we operate a hotel in Menlo Park deferred payment. So this wasn't something that seemed outrageous or unusual to us. It seemed, frankly, at that point in time, it seemed sort of what everyone else was doing. The second point of context I'd like to make clear is this was such a difficult time. The end of March, we were one of the first hotels to close down. Many hotels in Monterey stayed open. I think, frankly, they skirted their responsibility to operate safely when they stayed open. But we shut down. And when we shut down, we had to lay off a number of employees. We paid a severance to every single employee we laid off. And we paid out accrued vacation to every employee we laid off. My family wrote checks out of our pocket to hundreds of employees for hundreds of thousands of dollars right at this point in time. Because even though we closed on the 18th, it wasn't until the end of the month in early April that we had figured out ultimately how to unwind operating this big hotel. As you know, there was things like the WARN Act that had to be clarified by the governor and how to act. So during the waning moment of the month of March, we were juggling with significant payments to employees that we certainly didn't want to have any issues with. They were unbudgeted. We weren't planning on doing this, but we also weren't planning and weren't intending, and heaven forbid, we're never going to bounce a check to an employee. So once again, maybe we could have spent more time questioning whether Hans was truly speaking on behalf of the city or what, but it was a waning moment. We had so many other things. We were just grateful the city stepped up to help us and be there for us at the time. So we weren't skeptical. We didn't maybe ask the 10 follow-up questions or the 3 follow-up questions we perhaps could have asked or should have asked. We said, okay, great. This is one less thing we have to worry about right now. So that's the context of the situation we found ourselves in that I wanted to share with you. And if I may, then I'd just like to pivot to the staff report. Because the staff report lays out why the staff recommends denying our appeal. And I just want to go through one item at a time, if you don't mind. The initial matter they state that the city manager does not have the power to orally alter the city code. We would just say we didn't think the city manager in his capacity as an individual was altering the city code. We thought the city manager, when he spoke on the record, was speaking on behalf of the city. The staff report then says, furthermore, the notes do not accurately reflect the March 31st call, during which the penalties would be waived. Well, if they don't accurately really reflect what he said, then I'd like to see where the city manager corrected those notes. Because those notes, as Chris Summers said, were circulated, and I'm not aware of the city manager correcting those notes if it truly was an inaccuracy. Then it says that such a statement would have been a direct contradiction to the letter sent by the city just days prior. Yes, it was. And that's why we thought the city had changed the stance. So yeah, exactly, it was a direct contradiction, and we thought we were grateful for it. Then it says that since the vast majority of the hotel operators paid it, that therefore he must not have meant it or he must not have said it. But you know what? A lot of the hotels in Monterey are big chains. They have centralized accounting. These things are paid out of accounting offices elsewhere. We are a local company. We pay locally. We make decisions that day and write a check that day. We don't have big accounting systems that take days to change and alter. A. And B, many hotels stayed open and were functioning and had full staff to do things like that. I can't speak for other hotels. I can tell you in Menlo Park, they waived the TOT for Q1, but yet we still paid it in Q1. So I'm a leading example in another community that it was waived, but yet we still actually paid on time. So just because others chose to pay it on time doesn't mean it didn't happen or wasn't said. That's evidenced by the record. And so then the last point the city staff makes is that their public money is in separate property. There's no disagreement with that. So I just would close in saying, I think the Monterey Plaza Hotel, to the best of my knowledge and the best of my intent, has been and is to always be an excellent denizen of Monterey. I think we've represented the city well. I think we've worked hard to be an upright participant in that community, in your community. We're a small family business. We are hurting as much as any of them, and it's going to be a long winter. And so why the city would come after us now and try to penalize us $40,000 of cash in this time over a simple misunderstanding is just beyond me. We provided so much value to the city, and we paid so much TOT to the city, that why, in an honest mistake or an honest disagreement of what is on the record, you guys would try to come after us with this is just, it's very upsetting. And I just greatly appreciate your consideration of all these facts. Thank you.
Mr. Summers and Mr. Alden, Mayor Clyde here. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. So going forward then, we're going to take public comment, after which you have another opportunity to rebut anything that you hear from the public comment, if there is any. So with that understanding, Nat, do we have anyone in the queue who'd like to speak to this?
And pardon my interruption, but now would also be the time if the city council members have any questions for the appellants could answer those at this time before we open up to public comment.
All right, good. This would be, thank you. I was wondering about that. All right, I see Councilmember Tyler. Would you like to start off with a question, please, on the appellant or for the staff?
Yeah, for the appellant, I just want to know, did it ever occur at any point in time to request anything in writing or to confirm any change in policy in regards to what is typically the norm in this regard?
So Mr. Summers or Mr. Alden, would you answer that, please?
Yeah. So, no, honestly, we didn't ask the follow-up questions. Like I said, I had contacted the city manager. I did talk to Hans, on the day after we closed. And, as was mentioned, we were in a position where, he certainly has my, and the city has my email address and my cell phone number. So I was under the impression that these comments, and this is the situation we were in, and that we were receiving the support. And that's why I didn't feel like I had any, further follow-up questions. I thought that we understood. Yeah, I would just add, during this time, our heads were like, we were like chickens with our heads cut off. We were scrambling, trying to figure out how to unwind our hotel, what to do with hundreds of employees, how to be fair, how to be kind, what the future looked like. There were so many clear and pressing things on our mind that we didn't ask those questions. We thought the city made their change the rule and that we were fine. So as you'll note, we had no idea that we had a disagreement with the city over whether it was due or not until that letter in April came. So that's what we paid it. As soon as we got that letter, we paid it. But until we got that letter, we assumed, just like all the other counties on that list I put there, that it was delayed and deferred until Q2. So we were just operating, we were moving on mentally and financially planning and working hard for all the other things that we still had to do on our plate. So we had no idea that this agreement even existed. So that letter arrived later in April, and when it did, well, we wrote that check as soon as we could.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Allen, please. Question for Mr. Summers and Mr. Alden.
Yeah, the staff report mentioned that a notice, I assume that was written notice, was given to all the proprietors on March 25th. Did you receive that? Did you read it? How did you reconcile the information there with the verbal information that you heard?
Yeah, again, as Chris said, okay. Go ahead. As Chris mentioned, we received it, we read it, we reconciled it because we thought on March 31st, right when the payment was date, that the city had a change of hearts. That the city manager went on record that day and said, okay, late payment, we will not charge penalty for late payment. So, yeah, we reconcile it pretty simply by thinking that the city has changed its position to be one more aligned with many, many other cities, just like Monterey, that we're trying to help with their hotels. So we thought the city made a last-minute change in policy to help us, and that's why he announced it on that day, and that's why we didn't pay it that day. So we thought it was
Could I follow up? Could I follow up on that when you finish? I'm sorry. Okay, so at the meeting, I'm not sure if it was the Convention and Visitors Bureau or Hospitality that was, I think, on the 31st or something, where you heard maybe it was the chamber, you heard the city manager say something that made you think it wasn't going to be collected or wasn't due. Did anybody there follow up and ask him, but hey, we got this notice. Does this mean that the notice is not in effect, or was this just something that he said and it kind of was part of a narrative and then the meeting moved on? Did anybody at the meeting ask him specifically about the letter and what it meant in relationship to what you thought you heard him say?
I don't see that in the minutes of that, but again, the purpose of these Chamber of Commerce roundtable meetings are for the city and the businesses to sort of get on the same page. And really, that again, this is actually an open forum where we're talking directly to each other, and assume that this superseded anything that was a letter. And that's why, especially at this time, we were, like everyone knows, we were all trying to figure out what's going on with our businesses and how we're going to manage it. And this was a chance in this Chamber of Commerce roundtable, which continues to go on, for the city and the businesses to get together and communicate. And that was the communication that came out. So again, this is what superseded anything that was prior. And it was, directly, there were dozens of business owners on that call.
If I may also, you use the expression, or is this quote what you thought you heard him say? I just want to be clear. It's not what we thought we heard him say. It's what he said. It's in the meeting minute. It's the very first point that is an update from the city of Monterey. And he says, quote, "City will waive late penalties if above monies are not received by the first of the month." It's not what we heard, what we thought he heard. It's what he said and what was memorialized in these documents that were circulated. So I just want to be clear on that. I guess a question I have, if I may ask a question, is when the city manager speaks, is he in a public forum like a business roundtable? Does he speak on behalf of the city? Is he an authorized representative of the city?
We'll get the answer for you after we're through with council questions, and I'll make a note. So thank you for that question, because it's in my notes already. Any more council questions at this point before we go to public comment?
Yes, Clyde, I do have one.
Councilmember Ed, please.
Yeah, what was just entered into evidence by the Monterey Plaza Hotel, I want to make sure I'm referencing this, where he just quoted based on the notes you're referring to are from which meeting? Chamber of Commerce Roundtable or the Conference Center Committee?
The chamber, the Exhibit D, Business Roundtable meeting, March 31st.
Okay, you're referring to the notes there, and I think you put that up on your presentation.
Yes.
Could we have that ready in your rebut so we could see that again when it's the right time for your rebut? I don't have any other questions, Mr. Lee.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go to Nat. Nat, is there any public comment that we're waiting for?
We've had the Chiron up for a little bit of time here and trying to pull up public comment, and we do not have anyone with their hands raised. So no public comment on this item.
All right, so we'll close public comment, and then since there wasn't any, I'll ask our city attorney, is this appellant rebuttal, since there was no comment, is that still an appropriate part of the meeting?
If they have other items they want to rebut, either from staff's presentation or from any other factual information they want to rebut, they can have that opportunity if they would like to exercise that.
Okay, then we would give them, so to speak, the last word.
Yes.
One of the things that Councilmember Ed Smith asked for was to show the slide again, the minutes from the Chamber of Commerce roundtable meeting, the notes from that, please. And while that's being presented, who took those notes? And was this meeting recorded by any chance? Do we have anything other than someone taking notes? I would ask anyone who was at the meeting, or if Mr. Summers or Mr. Alden are able to answer my question. Okay, so Councilmember Ed, this is what you had asked for. Did you want to comment?
Yes, and I had exactly the same questions that you you just offered. Was there recording, and who took these notes and presented these notes?
Thank you. Mr. Summers or Mr. Alden, are you able to answer that for us, please?
Yes, they're taken by Monica Lau, who works for the chamber, and sets them out. She records and takes notes for every single chamber meeting, and they were sent out to the entire membership, and I believe and the city manager as well. So that's how it's done, and it's done routinely like that every time that there's a business roundtable.
Right. And do you know if those meetings are recorded or otherwise chronicled?
That was a phone call. I don't believe it's recorded. I think they may have changed the format, but at this time it was just a conference call.
Okay, thank you. Well, again, I ask Mr. Summers and Mr. Alden, any concluding comments under your rebuttal?
Not for me, thank you.
All right, then I will close that section of our hearing and then go to deliberation and vote. One of the questions was asked was, when the city manager is out and about, and at informal meetings, informational meetings, etc., is he speaking for the city? Well, he's employed by the Monterey City Council, and so all of us have this experience where, especially as the mayor, if I say something at a neighborhood meeting, it's considered city policy. Well, it's no, it isn't until the city council blesses it. And then secondly, when you have a city code, the city code can't be waived, to my knowledge, without the city council taking action. I don't think that's something the city manager can do. So I'd ask our city attorney, Chrissy Davy, to speak to that, because there was a question of what powers, assuming that the minutes were accurate, and then again, without a recording, I'm not questioning those minutes and so on. But on the other hand, we know it's very difficult to come to a factual conclusion based on minutes that someone heard secondhand in a large meeting. So Chrissy, with respect to the city code and the power of the city manager to change it.
Yes, and first, let me apologize. My battery died in my mouse, and so I was unable to unmute myself after I was speaking, and I was causing noise disturbance. I'm sorry, I've got that fixed now.
Good.
So with respect to settlement authority, the city council has a resolution that delineates settlement authority with certain dollar limits. So the city attorney, myself, has a certain settlement authority to resolve claims, as well as the risk manager. The city manager in that resolution does not have settlement authority to approve claims or money being paid. His authority is only to deny claims. So certainly he doesn't have authority to waive a $40,000 payment or penalty. And the law protects that written documentation and that type of authority. For example, let's say a city staff member is involved in a an accident of sorts with a third party and feels bad about it, and on the scene apologizes and says, oh my gosh, the city will pay for all your damages. This is my fault. We'll take care of it. Well, that particular employee may not be aware of certain immunities or defenses that the city has and has no authority to bind the city to that kind of settlement. And so even if such statements are made, they're not controlling.
Thank you. And I think that clarifies the question and I'm sorry, I couldn't tell if it was Mr. Summers or Mr. Alden who asked that question. Hopefully someday when we have call in, we'll be able to do that visually as well. So I think that adequately answers that question. Any other questions, comments by the City Council? Councilmember Dan, please. Then Councilmember Allen. Did we lose Dan?
I think we just lost him. He'll probably join us again in a second.
Okay. As we started off this meeting, everything works perfectly until it doesn't. Councilmember Allen, maybe we'd better wait for Dan so he's, yeah, thank you.
We should all shake our heads when he comes back on.
Yeah, right.
Can we find him? Can we find Dan?
At the worst possible time, it drop off.
Dan, ask your daughter how to work your computer, will you please?
I know how to work the computer. I pushed an X instead. I do have a question, actually.
Yes, please.
And this is for the city attorney. So if in this denial, if we don't see a process problem, can the city, can we override city code? Can we do that? Does that make sense? I mean, by making a decision of approving can that be done?
So it is an appealable decision of the finance director. The council certainly has discretion then to determine that decision was erroneous to impose that penalty under the circumstances outlined by the appellants.
So is that only based on process, if the processes were done incorrectly? Or because it seems to me like this is boiling down to whether the city manager, what he said was interpreted correctly or not interpreted correctly. To me, that's not a process problem. We sent the letter, they received the letter. I'm just wondering if that's a part of the deal.
So if the city council is inclined with its deliberations to hinge the decision on that factor, I think is what you're stating by the city manager, then that triggers maybe a little bit more due process. And I would suggest that the council reopen the hearing for testimony by the city manager and allow cross-examination by the appellants. And then the council can make a determination at that point. So certain levels of due process are required depending on what's at stake. And if that's the tendency of the city council, then I would suggest that where there's findings against a party based on an adverse witness as testimony, that might be a circumstance when you do want to allow cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
Councilmember Allen, please. You were asking.
Okay, so this was I thought an interesting presentation. When I came in, I was thinking one way, now I'm not so sure. But so here's some of my thoughts. I'm still not 100% sure. So as a teacher, I'm used to students turning in work late, and I have a policy. And ironically, it's a 10% policy. So you turn late. I don't care if it's a minute late or an hour late. I don't care why. The rule's clear. It's a 10% deduction. And I always tell my students that in the real world, if you're working a job and you show up late to work, your boss isn't going to want to hear an excuse. Or if you've got an assignment at work and you're late with it, you've got to get things done in a timely way. So that's kind of how I approach things. But as I listen to the evidence as it's presented, it's complicated because it seems like there may have been mixed messages, or at a minimum, maybe a misunderstanding. I think that the city manager was trying to do what he could to help our business community in a crisis. I don't know exactly what he said, but to me, the notes from that meeting are pretty compelling. And I could understand why he would have said that. And he may not have known at that time about the code restriction not allowing him to forgive or allow it to be late. I also think our staff is absolutely right in bringing this to us and say, hey, what happened wasn't something that was within his authority. And so these are the rules, this is the fine. So, I mean, I think everybody was doing what they thought was right. But kind of based on what I'm hearing now, even though originally I was feeling like too bad, too sad, pay up, other people paid. And I don't want to set a precedent of, people thinking they can pay late, because we have cash flow responsibilities as well. And so that's very important. But I guess I do understand, and it really does sound to me like this may have been an honest misunderstanding. And if it is, I'm inclined, to show leniency. I wouldn't want to establish a precedent, though, and so I guess that's kind of a question to the city attorney. If it's possible for us to basically approve the appeal or agree with the appeal, but in a way that is not precedent setting, so that this isn't something somebody else can say later, hey, wait a minute, you guys did this, and for whatever reason, they're late. And we wouldn't want to be bound by this action. So that's my question. Would this be a precedent setting action by the council if we did approve the appeal?
This would not be precedent setting. Each case is evaluated like this individually. But I would state, as far as legally, setting aside whether or not the city manager said what he allegedly said, that does not in and of itself offer a legal reason of why you'd have to grant the appeal. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Understood. Okay, so those are my thoughts at this time, but I'm interested in hearing what you think.
Other council members? Comments?
Yeah.
Councilmember Ed, I was just about to make a motion, actually, and but go for it.
Oh, okay. So I want to ask a little clarification from Chrissy, and I'm going to need some help, because I need to be washed from my criminal thinking, the criminal mind, because I've been in court so many times for many years, and I'm struggling with trying to determine the difference in a criminal conduct. We look at the act and we look at the intent, and both have to be present for there to be an offense. Chrissy, help me out in this civil consideration when we're interpreting a charter or an ordinance violation. What would replace that act where we look for general intent or specific intent? And so help me out. What's the difference between looking for an act and an intent in what we're dealing with tonight?
That's a really good question. So the standard here, I'm going to pull up the code just real quick. Hold on for just.
So while she's doing that, let me audibilize here a little bit. When I'm trying to track the dates, the memos, the communications, and I'm looking for the offense to say that there was actually an intention to not pay it. And it's very clear in the criminal side, it's not very clear on the civil side. So that's kind of I'm needing a little clarity in my head to get more into thinking of what is the demand of the ordinance.
computer's a little slow here. Okay, so I'm going back to the language of the statute. So the finance director makes a determination of the amount of tax due and the interest and penalties, and then the city code just says an appeal can be filed by anyone who's aggrieved by that decision of the finance director. And the finance director's decision is based on in 35-17. Let me just get to the right language here. So Lauren has described for you the facts and information that she used to assess the amount of tax and penalty that was due, and that wasn't remitted. And anyway, it's really just, the code doesn't go into the level of detail that you're seeking on specific grounds for departing from the collection. I think that's what you're looking for, but it is an appealable item, and the council can determine that the finance director's determination of the amount of tax and penalty due was erroneous. And it sounds like you may be, I'm not sure yet because you haven't fully deliberated, but maybe you're leaning that way based on a misunderstanding that occurred at a meeting. And so the appellant, the city has to prove by a preponderance of the evidence, a little bit more than 50%, that its tax assessment and determination is valid and correct. Conversely, the appellant, would need to show that that was erroneous for some reason. And it sounds like the council is potentially thinking it's based on a misunderstanding.
All right, if I may jump in now. Yes.
Yeah, that was it. Thanks.
Yes. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank the Monterey Plaza and SPA for taking care of their employees. And all of us are feeling that pain. Probably the most difficult decision I've made in almost 40 years was the layoffs that we had to make as a city. And I won't get into the details of how we're trying to bring as many people back. So I applaud that. So I'm looking at this, I'm just going to lead to a motion, and that is, first of all, this is tax money that was collected by the hotel and held in trust. And so I'm still a little confused why the hotel just didn't pay their tax that was due. How would a delay help them, as other cities are doing, not to pay it, because that's tax money. They can't use it for anything else. So why would other cities would delay that payment? But if they collected the tax already, I don't understand why a delay would make any difference. Secondly, we're looking at evidence. We have the city code and the letter, which is very, very clear what the rules are. Third would be, in that position, if I heard something that was contrary to a letter that I received, I'd get on the phone, or I would say, Mr. City Manager, I heard you say this. Does that mean the policies changed? Could you get us a letter to that effect so I could have some evidence? And I think personal responsibility there is something I would have done. Then lastly, speaking of evidence, I think the record is clear about the code and the letter. The evidence from minutes that a third party took, I don't think has the validity of the other evidence before us. So with that, I make a motion to deny the appeal.
I'll second that. And if I may add comments, Mayor?
Yes, please, under comments, yes.
So I also want to acknowledge their efforts at trying to handle the circumstances through probably the most challenging time that many of us are going through in our entire lives. So I applaud you for the efforts and the struggle. I think it's valid, understanding where you're coming from. What I will say though is, I think to me there's a lot of funding associated with this, and I think we're all professionals, and so to me it's like a contract, and I wouldn't go out and say, well, I had a conversation with somebody on the side and then expect us to change something in the contract without having it in writing. So I'm afraid of the precedence thing that Alan was speaking to. Yes, this might not create a precedence legally, but what kind of precedence would that set for not just other businesses, but other residents in the community, or anybody that has a concern with the way that something had been communicated to them or not? Maybe they could just completely make it up out of thin air. We don't really know. And so I see this as a contract, and it's just good business practices. If you are going to do something that's different than the agreements that are established, then you should make sure that it's in writing. And I think that's a really important element of this. I would also say that if we felt for whatever reason that there might be something that Hans didn't do appropriately, then that would require, in my opinion, that would require us to do some kind of performance management and have that conversation. And I'm not getting the sense that that's the direction that we're going in, because it does sound like a he said type of situation. But if that's the way we would go, then I would expect my colleagues and I to have that conversation with Hans. This is not our money. This is taxpayer dollars. And I'll kind of just end with again, I'm really worried about creating some kind of precedent in the community, and people using this claim of miscommunication. So with that, I'm inclined to support the mayor's motion.
Thank you. Other comments under the motion? Councilmember Dan, please.
Thank you. This is, as you've all mentioned, this is a really tough decision, only because these two particular hotels have put a lot of TOT into our coffers over the last many years, and it's really tough to make a decision based on $40,000. That's hard. But I wanted to go back.
Dan, you're muted. Dan, you're muted again.
Sorry. So Alan,
Okay.
that's okay. So Alan, if you can bring up a few teacher comments, I guess I could too. So as an administrator, I know that people make decisions at the school site that don't quite go as Ed Code would intended it to go, or board policy. And a few times people have made decisions in classrooms that are not board policy. And then they had to back out of that and say, oh, oops, there is a policy on it. I can't violate that policy. I'm sorry. I can't take your homework. I mean, for that reason. So I've seen that on several occasions, and it's unfortunate because as we mentioned, these are really tough times. My question is, or not my question, my comment is, because these are tough times, is it necessary that we have to collect the funds now? Can we defer them? Can we put them over a certain 4, 5, 6 months, or should we just collect them at all? I'm just going to throw that out there because it sounded to me like the hotel is having some problems making payments anyway. So I'm just wondering. Throw it out there.
Thank you. I think that might require maybe a staff response with respect to how to collect it if we decided to go the route you suggested. Not to make the staff uncomfortable, but what does the code and policy allow under a penalty repayment?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, could I ask Lauren or Hans or someone to help Chrissy as far as Councilmember Dan's suggestion? Could this be spread out over 2, 3, 4 over payments versus one lump sum?
So I can speak to what's in the code in that there are 2 10% penalties, a 10% penalty for the first delinquency of 30 days and a second 10% penalty for the extension of the penalty for an additional 30 days. As you may recall, with the Merritt House on July 7th, the council actually put a property tax levy on that Merritt House hotel because of the delinquency of TOT, for the TOT, the interest, and the penalties.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to that property tax levy, we did work with the owner for some installment payments. And so we had worked on collaborating with them, and then that failed, and then council took the action to levy the property on the tax roll. So with that said, I described the city code, which is the 10% plus the 10%, and that we have done installment payments on a very limited basis when the need arises like this.
If,
Thank you.
if Karen Salome can speak for staff for a second, please.
Yes, thank you, Hans. Staff did offer the plaza a 12-month payment plan in this situation, and the plaza rejected that offer and wanted to proceed with this appeal.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to hear.
Yeah, and that was Karen Salama, who is representing the staff on this. Councilmember Allen, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think Ed wanted to speak before, but I do have something to say, but I'll let Ed go first.
Go ahead, Alan. I'd like to hear you.
Okay. So I'm going to support the motion. I think that Tyler made some good points. I honestly don't think there was any intent to do wrong here, but in the end, and that was my question, actually spoke to your point, Clyde, which was you got that letter, then you heard this. I mean, if I had been in that situation, I would have either asked a follow-up question at that meeting, or I would have gotten on the phone as soon as the meeting ended, because it is, as Tyler said, I mean, there is a contractual responsibility. The money is not the hotels, it's the public's. This is how it's always done. And so I think I would want to confirm that, well, what does this document mean? Why did you guys send us this document just a few days ago? And so I feel like that is a pretty serious omission. I do understand that they were in a crisis and they were dealing with a difficult situation, and that may explain why they didn't. But the precedent, I think, even though it might not be a legal precedent, I think it would be presented as a precedent in the future. That does concern me. So I'm inclined to support the motion, although I wonder still if we shouldn't include the offer to give them 12 months to pay the penalty. That's my thought.
Okay, Councilmember Ed, please.
Yeah, and I agree with that last point about the deferred reasonable payment time. So I got clarity from the city attorney, and I appreciate that, because I need my mind to be focused on how we conduct a hearing on the law. And the law here is the Muni Code 35-11, which is the collection of TOT. So it is a law that has the obligations that they, by pattern and by self-admission, never missed it. So I think that lends it to me to say that this is beyond a preponderance for me, because they have the past practice for paying it based on the law and the dates. And so let me jump to what I personally did. The governor extended our income taxes past, our state taxes past April 15th. And I heard that on watching the news and picked it up in the newspaper. And I checked with my CPA, and she actually sent me an email confirming, and we came up with a plan with the new date of July, so I could comply with what the governor's extension of the date was. So I think in these cases, it doesn't really have anything to do with intent. It's by practice. This is supposed to happen all the time, 4 times a year, after every quarter. So for that reason, I think this is beyond the preponderance of evidence that should be, the appeal should be denied. I think that it's hard to say, because we're talking about, or it may seem harsh, is the way I would put it, because we're talking about $40,000 that was 5 or 6 days late. There was crisis, there was chaos, but I think the operators still have an obligation to seek clarity like many of us did for our state income taxes, and to follow the guidelines of what's in the law. And certainly it sounds like there was something that was misunderstood. I don't think there was any malice anywhere. I don't think there was any criminal intent or any recklessness by anybody. And I always remember this comment by a judge when multiple parties were making lots of arguments, and he distilled it down to there's noise and then there's a violation. And so this is a violation that's well established in the code. And so for those reasons, I'm going to support the motion and would be in favor of protracted 12 months collection on the penalty.
All right, so if there's no other comment, we have a motion, a second, to deny the appeal. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
You're changing it up on me. Yes.
and Mayor Ferguson.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Okay, now normally we would be adjourning in 1 minute. However, I think because of our evening agenda, which could be fairly heavy, and secondly, out of deference to the second appeal, I think if it's okay with the council, we can proceed. I'm guessing that some of the information will be similar because some of the letter was jointly signed, et cetera. So again, the next item is an appeal of the 10% penalty for the late payment of TOT taxes and the Conference Center Facilities District. Appellant is Custom House Hotel, LP, doing business as Portola Hotel and Spa. And this is a time, if any of the council members have had ex parte contacts with anyone, I'll start out and say, no, I have not. Yeah, anyone else would like to share any ex parte discussions, please? Councilmember Dan?
Mayor, I think I mentioned in the last item that I did speak with the general manager of the Portola.
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
sorry, and all the information that we discussed is in the agenda minutes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Ed, please.
Exactly the same. Spoke with the manager of the Portola Plaza, and all the information's in the staff report, and I have no preconceived position that I'll take yet until I have the hearing.
Thank you. All right, say no one else. City
Well,
Attorney?
I just real quick. Sorry, Mayor.
No, that's okay.
Same with me. The conversation with the Herald, the quote is not accurate, and I will stay open to hear from the appellant in this regard.
Very good. All right, so our ex parte part has been clarified. City Attorney disclosure?
Yes, thank you. Just to confirm that the city attorney's office, myself, I'm representing the city council in this matter, and that is separate and apart from Assistant City Attorney Karen Salama, who has been advising city staff on this matter. And we maintain that due process separation to maintain fairness in this proceeding.
Okay, thank you so much. And then we'll go to our staff presentation, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As previously, Lauren will lead the staff presentation.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, council members of the public. My name is Lauren Lai, the finance director for the city. And at this point, I'll put up the slides. Great. The item before you is staff's recommendation to deny the appeal of the 10% penalty for the late payment of the TOT and CCFD special taxes by the Monterey Portola Hotel and Spa. We'll refer to them as the Portola. The issue at hand is a 10% penalty for the late payment of TOT and CCFD for the period of January and February of this year, 2020. The amount is $34,630.50. Importantly is that TOT collected by the Portola Hotel and Spa is public monies and the sole and separate property of the city from the time of collection. The Portola Hotel was to hold the money in trust for the city and its citizens until timely paid. Accordingly, it is recommended that the 10% delinquency penalty be upheld and that the appeal by the Monterey Portola Hotel and Spa be denied. Our recommendation is consistent with very clear city law, specifically Chapter 18, Section 77, and Chapter 35, Section 16 of the Monterey City Code requires the imposition of a 10% penalty when TOT and CCFD funds are not timely paid to the city. The facts surrounding this is that the January and February 2020 TOT and CCFD taxes were due on March 31st, 2020, but they were paid on May 1st, 2020. So they were 31 days late. Our city code is also very clear as to what transient occupancy tax is. Specifically, Chapter 35, Section 11, guests at the 68 visitor accommodation facilities, the VAFs, are required to pay TOT, which operators then must transmit to the city. It wasn't until just last month, July 2020, that TOT was required to be transmitted to the city every 2 months. Thus, the TOT collected in January and February 2020 was due no later than March 31st. Further, Chapter 35, Section 16 of our Muni Code says that any operator who fails to transmit the TOT to the city on time shall pay a penalty of 10% of the tax due. So as demonstrated here, the city law is very clear and precise. In addition, there is the special tax known as the Conference Center CCFD. In 2013, the city formed the Conference Center Facilities District in order to finance the reconstruction, rehabilitation, and maintenance of the Monterey Conference Center. And pursuant to the law, Chapter 18, Article 7, visitor accommodation facilities in the city are subject to this special tax, which is due and remitted with the payment of TOT. As we are all familiar, COVID-19 pandemic hit all of us and had tremendous impact on our local businesses starting in mid-March. And on March 19th, 2020, our governor issued the executive order ordering shelter in place. As a result, many hotels in the city were closed and several VAFs operators contacted the city regarding the March 31st, 2020 TOT due date. There was certainly confusion. And in response, the city issued a letter dated March 25th, 2020, clearly delineating what was required. The letter was sent by the city manager to all hotels in the city of Monterey, the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. In addition, it was also sent to the Monterey County Hospitality Association, letting them know that the TOT and CCFD payments should be remitted as required in the city code. As provided in the agenda report and as an exhibit to this appeal process, you'll see attachment 2. This is the letter dated March 25th from the city manager to all those previously mentioned. An excerpt of the letter reads as follows. The city has been contacted by several city hotels in regards to TOT and CCFD that are due. Our response is to remit payments of TOT and CCFD as prescribed in the city code and CCFD bond indenture. Essential public services, especially public safety during this health pandemic, are dependent on TOT revenues, which is the city's largest revenue source. Moreover, the CCFD bond indenture obligates the city to levy and collect the CCFD. Unfortunately, there is no provision in the documents that allow the city to collect less than the entire amount of the CCFD or to waive any of the incurred penalties. That came out of the letter dated March 25th to all VAF operators. It was apparently clear because as a result, by the deadline of March 31st, 92.6% of the VAF operators paid on time. Only 5 were delinquent. In response, myself as the finance director sent a letter to the 5 past due operators. That letter, as provided in the staff report as attachment 3 and as an exhibit to this appeal process, is before you. Again, the letter is dated April 24th from my office. It was sent to the 5 hotels, including the Portola Hotel and Spa, which had not submitted the TOT and the CCFD for the period of January and February, and that it also went on to state that the payment was past due and a 10% penalty would be due and owing. In response, on May 1st, 2020, the Portola submitted $346,305 in TOT and CCFD special taxes, but did not pay the assessed penalty. In response, the Portola Hotel, along with the Plaza, appealed the delinquency penalty in a letter dated May 4th. The other 3 VAFs did not appeal. The Portola's appeal centers on the March 31st, 2020 meeting with the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce's Business Roundtable attended by the city manager. And according to the recap notes taken by the chamber, the city manager stated, quote, hotels are to forward their TOT and CCFD payments to the city as agreed. The city will waive late penalties if above monies are not received by the 1st of the month, close quote. City's response to those notes are that the city manager does not have the power to orally alter the city code. Furthermore, the notes do not accurately reflect the March 31st call, during which the city manager did not state that delinquency penalties would be waived with respect to TOT payments. Such a statement would have been a direct contradiction to the letter sent by the city manager himself just days before to all hotel operators dated March 25th. Rather, any discussion of late fees during the call was regarding rent payments. This is apparent because it's supported by the fact that subsequent actions of the vast majority of the hotel operators who timely remitted their TOT and CCFD payments. If there had been a statement made regarding waiving TOT penalties, there would have been no incentive for any hotel to make a timely payment, something which 92.6% of hotels did. With that, Mr. Mayor and Council, I submit the city's recommendation, which is that the city council deny the appeal of the Monterey Portola Hotel and Spa of the 10% penalty imposed for the late penalty of TOT and CCFD special taxes for the period of January and February 2020. Thank you.
Okay, muted myself. Thank you, Lauren. The dog did it. But if this sounds repetitive to the public who is watching, this is a separate hearing, and so it's a separate deliberation. So you may hear similarities. However, it's each of these hearings pertains to the particular appellants. And so, any questions before we go to the appellant from the council? All right, then let's go ahead, please, to the appellant presentation. I'll again ask our Assistant City Manager, Nat, who would be presenting to us this evening.
Great. We do have the general manager and an owner-operator of the Portola Hotel and Spa, Janine Chikarat, as well as Mr. Greer, Mike Greer, both on the line. And let's hear from both appellants. Hi, Janine. Great. Could you speak a little louder? I think it's maybe because both of you are on a speaker, it might be a little harder to hear.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. First of all, thank you for your time this evening. Under these circumstances, it's not helpful for any of us to be in this situation or going through this. Our story is actually a little bit different than the Monterey Plaza, and I'm not going to rehash 100% of what they went through because there are some similarities. But as we all know, on March 18th, we closed the hotel. So the plaza, we wrote checks for hundreds of thousands of dollars to our employees. Our biggest concern was trying to keep them safe and get them out of harm's way. And we started our journey. We were also in the middle of a multi-million-dollar room renovation. So cash flow in particular for us was an issue and a challenge to try to get our hands around where we were during that time frame. The plaza talked about the March 18th advisory meeting. I'm not going to go through that, but the March 25th letter, our hotel being closed never received that letter. We also, when you skip down to the April 29th letter, we too did not receive that letter. What we received was an email from Stella that was the Monterey Plaza's letter. The letter that showed up to us was not until May 5th or 6th, I believe. So for our situation, it was very, very different in terms of having to react to this. And having no employees, no one in accounting, and having to scramble the morning of the 30th and be able to get a check and get it in place by May 1st. We did the best that we could do. And, quite honestly, similar to Chris in the plaza, we were in panic mode like everybody, just trying to get our arms around this pandemic and take care of our employees and figure out what's next. And we're still in the middle of this pandemic and this financial crisis. So on that point, I'm going to actually, in an interest of time, turn it over to Mike Greer and go from there.
I want to thank the City Council for their time here. I've given a great amount of thought and contemplation to this entire situation that we find ourselves in, unfortunately, with the
Nat, this is Mayor Clyde. I'm sorry, Mr. Greer. I'm having a hard time hearing Mr. Greer's testimony. I don't know if others are as well. Nat, could you help us, please?
Yep. I think part of the challenge is that I think both Janine and Mike are maybe in the same room. I'm not sure if they're wearing masks and on a conference phone speaker. That could be part of the problem. Could you speak up, Mike?
Am I being heard?
Is that better?
That's better.
Does that help?
Council, are you hearing me?
All right. So,
Yep.
Yes. Nat, are you Nat or Hans? Somebody, we're having a hard time hearing Mr. Greer. We need to back up, please.
Yep, we can hear you. I'm wondering if you're having an audio issue, Mr. Mayor.
I can't hear Mr. Greer either, but I can hear Mayor Roberson.
So can I offer, let's give Mike a chance. I think he's changed something. Let's see.
Hans, are you able to hear me? This is Mayor Clyde.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can hear you loud and clear.
So are all of you not able to hear Mike?
I can hear Mike.
Now I could not hear him in the beginning. Let's see if we can hear him now.
Let's all make sure we mute, and hopefully Mike speaks loudly. I was hearing him when he restarted, so.
Mayor, are you hearing us?
I am not hearing. Oh, okay.
Mayor, can you hear?
Yeah, I'm sorry. For somehow my speakers went mute. My apologies.
Okay, great. Mike, can you restart what you were saying?
My apologies, Mr. Greer. My rat terrier got to my computer again, so I'm sorry. I lost the connection.
I was thanking the City Council for their time and consideration of this very material and significant issue to our hotel. I also want to acknowledge and thank the Monterey Plaza Hotel for their comments and their story, which is very similar to ours, with the exception of we did not receive the March 25th letter. I speak today with great trepidation. On the one hand, I'm concerned that I'm going to cry. And on the other, I'm concerned that I'm going to be disrespectful. And I will try to refrain from both. But listening carefully to the City Council's commentary with respect to the Monterey Plaza Hotel's appeal, I'm really concerned that you don't understand the situation that we found ourselves in, with the situation where we own and operate one hotel with one office in Monterey with a small staff of people. I sat in the Newark airport on February 28th of 2020 and listened to the news about a disease that was starting to spread in the wet markets in Asia, and a report that there had been the first case in the United States in New York. I happened to be in the international terminal that day and watched as many people disembarked from their airplanes and walked through the airport in masks, which I thought was eerie. I didn't think that it was, I didn't even know what to think. But in a matter of 14 days, from the time I was in Newark, the time I arrived back home, our hotel was under siege. We had prepared for all types of business issues, downfalls in business, shortfalls in cash, economic crisis, North Korean activity, political unrest, but this COVID crisis was not something that was on our radar screen. And the only way I can describe this is this is like a fire on a ship. And yeah, there are rules. We should write letters, we should send emails, and we have all these protocols. But when the fire starts burning, you just throw out all that out the window and just do the best we can. And Jabeen is right. On the 18th and the 19th, we've never laid off and furloughed 400 employees before. I've never sat in meetings with our executive team and asked them to take pay cuts because we didn't have the funds to operate our hotel. And that was the environment that we were operating under well past March 31st. Our behavior and our intentions with regard to the city and the trust funds of those tax collections remained the same during that period of time that they have and were for the last 40 years. We've never missed a payment. I find it almost surrealistic, given all the pain, and that even assumes that we survived this, that our business partner in the city wants to impose a penalty on us for our innocent conduct. And I'm sorry if my remarks offend some, but based on my background, I have a great amount of familiarity with things like punishment and penalties and their purpose and their proportionality to the wrong. Punishment is aimed at either retribution, which I hope this is not, or rehabilitation, which for the life of me, I don't understand how that could be the goal, and that we have always timely paid not only our taxes to the city of Monterey, but our trade bills to our trade creditors and to our vendors and our suppliers. I then look at the penalty. The word penalty, and I say proportionality. The purpose of the penalty under the law is to inflict pain, loss, or harm on another person or entity as a result of a wrongdoing. And I just struggle with the intent of this whole process to inflict pain, loss, and harm on your local businesses at this time. And we're not talking about the tax, we're talking about a penalty. To me, it's unreal. The state of California, the Employment Development Department, waived the deposit of all payroll taxes, waived all penalties and interest. The state of California Department of Tax and Fee Administration waived all deadlines, penalties, and interest. The Franchise Board for the state of California, the State Board of Equalization, the Office of Tax Appeals, all waived first quarter business tax deposits. They waived all penalties and interest. The IRS waives all penalties and interest, deferred tax payments for 4 months. All the public utilities that we are working with suspended disconnections and collections, all in an effort to support business. We are dealing currently with literally hundreds of business partners, suppliers, and vendors, most of which we have contracts with. And they are all working cooperatively, we with them, and us, those with us, to see through this COVID crisis. And to me, we may not survive this. Our business may not. It's all hands on deck. I just can't say enough about the circumstances here that were unprecedented, and we're worried about setting a precedent. I mean, this is COVID. People are sick. People are dying. And I hate to go on, but it doesn't seem like any of these issues are in anyone's minds, that everyone was supposed to act as if things were in the normal course of business during 3 weeks between the middle of March and the first week of April. And I just quite frankly don't understand what the purpose of the penalty is here under circumstances where everyone was doing what they thought was right, and what they thought was right and fair to their employees, to the health of the community, and in the best interest of their business. And I can't speak for Hans, but I know Hans, and I'm sure when he made those comments at the Business Roundtable, which if we were allowed or permitted to offer evidence, I think there would be light shed on what those comments, but I'm sure he was doing the same thing we were. We were all trying to keep the ship afloat and providing one another with comfort that we would get through this and that we wouldn't inflict harm, loss, or pain on a person or entity by the infliction of a penalty. I can't say anything more, but I never thought in my wildest dreams of the hundreds of thousands of business deals that we've been involved with that we find ourselves arguing over a penalty that the city seeks to assess in the middle of a COVID crisis. I disagree with your city attorney. I believe the city council has, inherent in its powers, the ability to exercise discretion. And I would ask that you revisit carefully the decision that you're about to make, because I truly believe, hopefully somewhere in hearts, that there's an element of right and fair under these terrible circumstances, knowing that everybody was operating in good faith, that should completely eliminate from our discourse and our discussion the concept of a penalty. I really thank you for your time. I apologize if I have a tone of disrespect. It's not intended. But we've got people working for us, one of whom's on this phone right now, that aren't getting paid what they deserve because times are tough. So every dollar that we pay in penalty is going to have to come from somewhere else. And I just don't think it's right. So I appreciate your time, Godspeed, and I ask that you give this very careful consideration, because this is a bigger decision than I think any of you realize or know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greer.
If I may add on, I worked for another hotel company that had turn in their TOT late for a reason, and they appealed. And it wasn't during a pandemic, it wasn't during a financial crisis. And the council that they appealed to actually reversed it after hearing their story. To me, this is a discussion that should be simply about what's fair and the right thing to do in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of a financial crisis.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chikrock. Does that conclude your appellant's presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the appellants from the council at this point? I see none. Nat, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Allen, please, question?
Yeah. I've got a question for the appellants and also one for staff. So Mr. Greer mentioned the stress, the difficulty of laying employees off. And of course, we're sympathetic because we were going through the same thing. But I'm trying to connect that to the decision to not remit payment. I just want to have clarity. Were any of the TOT funds used to make payroll? Were the funds always set aside, or were they used in any way before you finally did remit?
Let me answer that question. My principal function relative to this hotel is I'm the fiduciary, okay? So I have to exercise my fiduciary responsibilities on behalf of the hotel and the 140 or so families that actually own it. And at no time would we have ever put our tax payment obligations to the city in jeopardy. The issue really wasn't the cash at the time, knowing that the tax obligation had to be met. It was simply a matter of manpower and distraction. And we had never done this before. We didn't have we don't have a legal staff, a large accounting department. So we were reacting to the moment, day in and day out. And had we received the March 25th letter and had the comments not been made at the March 31st meeting, and the city would have notified us that the taxes hadn't been remitted and that they wanted them immediately, we would have done the same thing then we did in April. After we finally got the correct letter, we immediately, and I think Janine can speak to this, hand-delivered the funds within 12 hours of notification that there had been a miscommunication. But there is no excuse. It's just the reality that, as I said before, we were a ship on fire. And there was no organization in place to deal with over a 36-hour period trying to get our employees taken care of and answer all their questions with a limited staff, make payments and calculate all of their accrued benefits and vacations. All the payroll issues had to be dealt with. And then there's the emotional side. We're laying off people that have worked for that hotel that I've known since I was a teenager. I know I'm being dramatic here, but this is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week issue to deal with human beings, and that was our concern. And had the city reached out and said, pay up, we would have paid up right then and there, just like we did in April. And we would have done so on March 31st. Had we known it was an issue, we would have prioritized it. I apologize, but we just didn't have the systems in place to deal with all this happening like a fire on a ship, unanticipated, all unfolding within 48 hours. It's just it. But I still can't get my arms around the notion that we're talking about a penalty for that. And I can't get my arms around that for this reason. We've got all kinds of problems in this country. We have social unrest, political issues, and it's sad. But, on the COVID front, everybody is reaching out to help one another. I called PG&E today to talk to them about our unpaid utility bills, and they graciously not disconnected us. They said, look, pay what you can. Pay it over 12 months. And if you can't do that, call us back, and we'll work it out.
Mr. Greer, with respect, and I understand your answer to the question.
I'm sorry?
I answer to the question, and I appreciate it. I feel like we're getting a little off track, and I know we've got a deliberation, and
I understand, but the answer is no, we didn't abscond with any funds, and we weren't in abrogation of our responsibility to pay the city, and we preserved those funds like we have for the last 40 years.
Okay, thank you so much. And then to the city staff, so the claim is that they did not receive the March 25th letter, that the other hotels and motels did. Do we have any, how do we know that it was sent? Can you verify that? Can you please speak to that? Because I think that's pretty important.
So the letter dated March 25th was hand delivered by the city manager's assistant, administrative assistant, and taken to the postal office. and mailed directly to all the operators, plus to the hospitality associations, MCCBB, and also to the chamber. So certainly it was vastly distributed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think for the sake of time, is there any public comment that we have, Nat, on this?
Mr. Mayor, there is no public comment on this item.
Okay, then to that, I would ask for final comment, appellant rebuttal. Is there anything else that Mr. Greer or Ms. Chickarot would like to add that you haven't shared already?
Yeah, I would just like to add that the letter on the 29th was not received. It was returned and acknowledged by Stella that, and we didn't receive that till May 6th. So it's not inconceivable that we didn't receive the March 25th letter either.
Okay, and anything else, Janine?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we'll close the appellant rebuttal and bring it back to the city council. With your forbearance, if I may make a comment or two. First of all, I appreciate Mr. Greer's passion and caring, and we all share how difficult it is with a triple pandemic. If you think about it, we have a health pandemic, we have an economic pandemic, and a social equity pandemic. On top of that, we have the issue of climate warming, which one might say is an epidemic. So we all understand that. All of us feel the pain, have friends who have lost jobs. And so I just want to share my appreciation to Mr. Greer. Now, hearing the argument as presented to us, to me, it doesn't matter if the Portola received the letter or not, because for 40 years they have been paying their TOT and they know when it is due. So the evidence that they're presenting is we didn't get the letters letting us know that our payment was due, but they've known that for 40 years. And so I think with the evidence, again, knowing that the city tax is due, it's held in trust. There's no reason not to pay it because it's in a separate account. It's not being used for other uses, so it's there. Secondly, the city code is very clear. I won't go into the details on the city manager's minutes or the minutes at the Chamber of Commerce, because that really wasn't the basis of the emphasis of this appeal. And so the fact that they didn't get a letter to remind them that their TOT was due, whether COVID or not, we know we know what our taxes are due. Whether it's income tax, state tax, or property tax. We know that. I don't expect the county to write me a letter and say, oh, Mayor, don't forget your taxes are due. It's just something that we know. So I don't want to rush this, but I'm going to make a motion to deny the appeal based on the fact that the city code and I won't cite the letters because they can get it, but the fact that the city code has made it very clear what the requirement is for remitting the TOT. So that is my motion.
Second.
Second, and discussion, please. Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, I support the motion and second the motion because I concur with everything you said, and it does boil down to the knowledge of the timing of every year, every other month. The TOT is due. It sounds like there were like so many other. Hello, Gracie. It sounds like there were. Well, let me just say there's an acknowledgement that everybody was in a form of chaos and crisis in their own way, managing their own personnel, and I'm sympathetic and I acknowledge the fact that the Portola Plaza Hotel was going through what many other businesses were, which was immediately downsizing, ushering their employees off to furloughs or layoffs. But somewhere in that operation of the hotel, there has to be a designation of someone who is still writing checks to both employees and to the utility companies and the bills and all those things that, yes, it may not be down to the fine tune of exactly what is owed based on January, February down to the dime, but I know that those can always be amended later. If there would have been some payment of an estimate with a letter that said, we're going to reconcile this next quarter, but there was just nothing there. And so I don't think it's fair that one should rely on a second notice or a letter that comes from the city. As you said, Mr. Mayor, the date is well known. It's paid 4 times a year for the last 40 years. So institutionally, there should have been somebody that caught it sooner. I would say that it would be easy for me to approach some variance and take a different vote had this been 4 days late, 5 days late, 10 days late, but it was much more than that. So for that reason, I find there's a preponderance of information here that leads me to believe that it should have been paid on time and the penalty should be paid.
Thank you, Councilmember Ed. Other comments? Councilmember Tyler, please.
Yeah, so just quickly, I would say that all my comments from the previous agenda item still apply, but one of the things that I heard in the argument that I just kind of wanted to respond to quickly was the idea that other cities or governments have deferred or waived penalties. And should we have done that? Maybe, but it doesn't make a difference in the grand scheme of whether or not your payment should be made. And again, like was stated previously, it's like a contract. So unless you have something in writing that states very clearly, I'm finding it hard to justify a miscommunication in regards to the issue that's being presented. So with that, I'm inclined to support the motion.
Thank you. Other council comments? Councilmember Dan, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask the staff if the Portola was also offered a deferred payment of any way, like we did in Plaza. Maybe you already said it, but I don't remember if that was true or not.
I'll defer to Karen to make the comments, please.
Yes, this is Assistant City Attorney Karen Salama, and we made the same offer of the 12-month payment plan, and the Portola also rejected that and wanted to proceed with the appeal.
Okay, thank you. That was it. That's the only comment I made.
Councilmember Allen?
Yeah, I'll just say, as always, I really appreciate the dialogue and I appreciate the what you all bring to this. Helps me understand, make this decision clearer, and I'm going to support the motion.
Okay, thank you so much. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Robertson.
Yes. We're going to recess and we'll see everybody in 49 minutes. To our 7 o'clock evening session of the Monterey City Council. I'm going to ask our Assistant City Manager to please show a rendition of our flag. And as soon as that comes on screen, I'll invite everyone to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. And ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. We will ask our laudable City Clerk, Clementine, to introduce the City Council, please.
Happily, Councilmember Albert. Councilmember Albert.
That's not a good start.
Well, while we wait for Councilmember Albert, Councilmember Hoffa.
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes, here.
Councilmember Williamson,
Here.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, and I am here as well. Thank you. All right, public comments for this evening. That items not on the agenda, please. If you care to speak on our other agenda items, just wait. And a 3-minute limit. We'd like to hear from you if you have things you wish to share with our city staff. And by the Brown Act, which is a state law, we are here to listen. If there's follow-up and you leave a contact, either now or later by email, we can get back to you. So these are any comments not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the city of Monterey. Nat, anyone in the queue?
Okay, I think we usually try to repeat, and I know we're trying to be mindful of time, the instructions.
Oh, thank you. Now, would you tell everybody how to participate? Of course, by the time you explain how you can participate, you're probably already participating, right?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely the case. So we encourage members of the public to watch this broadcast on YouTube Live, which has a short delay of about 10 seconds. You can watch at youtube.com/City of Monterey or on the YouTube app or Google Play, or also the Apple App Store. To make a public comment when viewers are watching live on YouTube or Channel 25, you'll see a lower third caption on the bottom of your screen. At that time, please call the conference line. Our new phone number is area code 831-582-6500. That will get you into the system. No meeting access code required. We do ask that you still please dial *5 to virtually raise your hand, and you'll be added into the queue to speak. That way we know you're listening by phone or whether you're actually intending to speak. So again, please be sure to dial *5 or we will not be calling on you for a public comment, even though you've called in. Callers will be automatically unmuted until it's their turn to speak. We do ask callers also please turn off all television or computer speakers, or go to another room when you're connected by phone, as any background noise will cause interference with the broadcast. I'll be calling on each caller in the order of their hands raised and call out the last 4 digits of each caller's phone number before I unmute them. I may also be calling individuals based on their name if they have caller ID, or if we are able to see that. Our first caller, and I'll be starting the timer, but I'll take the caller. First caller appears to be Luis Osorio. Are you there?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Welcome. You're live with the City of Monterey Council.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Robertson and members of the City Council. My name is Luis Osorio, and my public comment tonight has to do with the overall environment that the renters in the City of Monterey are living under right now as a result of not only the pandemic, but all the very little action that city councils over the years have taken to increase the amount of affordable housing in the city. So what we're seeing now is that it's pretty obvious that the people from other areas are looking to come in to our area for obvious reasons, and that is going to put an unsurmountable amount of pressure on the renters that are already losing their units, where the landlords and the management companies are looking to make a buck on the backs of the people that cannot and will never be able to afford to buy a house here. So my comment is directed towards all of you. I think the people in the city council need to really put their hands in their heart and try to feel what people are going through, and just make whatever you need or do whatever you need to do to if any, at least delay the gentrification that the city is about to go under that process. So it's really an amazing time for all of us, And you know, the basic question is what are people going to do when they don't have a job, and on top of that, people are going to increase the rents. So I don't really have any particular recommendations at this point. I know that there is a moratorium on evictions right now that is going to expire sometime after the shelter in place is lifted by the state. And so maybe what you need to do in the future is, you know, consider a moratorium on rent increases. I mean, this city and the peninsula lives on the backs of the workers, you know, and people like myself that make a decent salary, we can't still buy a house here. And you know, we all live under that. I can't imagine what other people that have children and that live, you know, under increased pressure from everything that's happening, what they're going through. So just
thank you, Luis. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Our next caller is Esther Malkin. Hi, Esther. Thanks for joining us.
Hi. Sorry. Good evening. I'm going to expound a little bit more on what Luis was just saying. So we've gotten notice from various renters that have already received letters from Mangold property, and I'm sure not just that property, but I do know that Mangold has recently sent out increases that are within the guidelines of AB 1482 to people who they supposedly consider are under market. And the problem with that is allowing them to do even the smaller increases under 1482 is that those people are unemployed and just lost the $600 extra they were getting in unemployment. So even if it's a $75 or $100 increase, which is still within the limits of 1482, where are unemployed people supposed to get that money from? So yes, we have, you know, a program coming up that, you know, we've been actively putting together for renter assistance, but, you know, the businesses have already gotten their relief. The renters are still waiting. And while we do have an eviction moratorium, that does not protect the renters that are now living where they're living from being having their rents raised. So I'm going to pose to you guys what it's going to look like when the moratorium is lifted and rents are unaffordable, and because to begin with, and people are unemployed, so the moratorium protection's gone, they don't have money. How are they going to pay for their rent? Then we have the case that the property management companies have an incentive to evict them, because that's the only way they can reset their mortgage according to the rents according to 1482. So they don't have an incentive to keep them there. So now you have a bunch of people that are going to be replaced by the Silicon Valley salaries that are coming here, which are going to reset the market rate. And the renters that have been displaced are not going to be able to qualify for a new place to live in at the new rate. And their credit is going to be wrecked for a very long time, which will be held against them as well when they try to replace the housing that they've just been kicked out of. So my question to you guys is, are you prepared to do something like freeze rents in addition to what you've already done, whether it's the moratorium or the assistance program, to curb the hemorrhage of what is coming our way regarding additional homelessness? Because that's the next step from losing your housing. You're going to have more homeless people on your street. So I counsel you to think ahead a little bit more than you have. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks. Thanks, Esther. Next caller is Dorit Gersh.
Yes. Hi, this is Dorit Gersh. I'm a tenant I'm a renter of Mangold Properties, and we got an increase, a $75 increase. And I emailed Craig, he's like the CEO of Mangold, and I told him this is cruel. This is the worst time to increase rent. People are struggling. My neighbor is unemployed. Another neighbor is unemployed. How the heck are they supposed to pay the rent? And increasing it at this time? You know, I want to know if any politician could actually talk to Craig about not raising the rent, or, you know, maybe $20 or something like that, you know, to reduce it from $75 to $20 for now. You know, please, could somebody talk to the CEO and explain, you know, this is a difficult time, that we're in a crisis. This is really bad. I'm considered disabled and I'm not receiving an income right now. I have to wait for my long-term disability. But, you know, this is $75 is a lot of money to me, okay, each month. And I'm asking one of you to please talk to the CEO management of Mangold and say, please talk for us renters, because every tenant in Mangold got an increase. And I'm just asking you if you could ask him to lower the rate in half or not at all, or wait. If you could do that, I really appreciate it. Really, really, really appreciate it. And thank you very much.
Great. Thanks for your feedback. And Ms. Gertsch, and that is all for public comment for items not on today's agenda.
All right, thank you, Nat. Thank you for the people that called into us. We hear you. And we'll be doing some follow-up. Public appearance is to adopt a resolution adding a measure to the ballot, which would approve a tax increase to the hotel tax, also known as the transient occupancy tax, and to expand the tax to online travel companies, and 16% of the potential increase will go to the NCIP, otherwise known as the Neighborhood and Community Improvement Program, 84% for the unrestricted general purposes or general fund. This is really a combination of weeks, if not months, of discussion. We were hoping to act on this at our last special meeting, but as we said earlier, we had a computer glitch and we lost connection, so that's why it was bumped to this evening. So there won't be an elaborate staff report, but there will be one that summarizes what the ballot statement will be and what got us here to make this decision. So with that, we will go to our city manager, whom I imagine is going to introduce our very likable finance director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. TOT is the single largest revenue source for the city of Monterey. The transient occupancy tax is highly important for the well-being of our city, but also for the future of our city. We need the TOT increase of 2% sooner than later. The sales tax data that we are looking at right now indicate a very troubling trend that shows us the value of the TOT, because that's a tax that we have control over. The sales tax, while we are taxation our sales here inside the city, but what we discovered over the past 3.5 months, and which is reflected in the income of a company like Amazon.com, is that the online retailers have taken away from our usual sales tax revenues. And while we cannot estimate right now to the last dollar where we will be landing, but I can tell you right now that our sales tax estimates will be actually, I believe, downgraded lower than we expected for the next 12 months. So in that context, you need to understand that our proposal that we put together for tonight comes just hopefully at the right time. Our proposal that our finance director will present to you is also the product of at least 2 council meetings in which in great detail the ballot measure was being discussed. And at the 2 council meetings, we presented to you the sentiments of various interest groups. You heard from various interest groups, and tonight the presentation that the finance director will give you will reflect all the inputs, and it will reflect, last but not least, what you have directed us to bring back to you at the end of the last meeting. So with that, I turn it over to our finance director, Lauren Lai, and I'm pretty sure you will have a great, concise presentation once again. Lauren?
Thank you. Thank you, Hans. Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members of the public. I'm going to grab the screen and present the brief slides for everyone. Great. As introduced by the mayor and the city manager, tonight we're going to briefly go over the TOT proposed ballot measure for November 3rd. Tonight we're hoping that it encapsulates the prior meetings. We'll go over the ballot questions. Importantly is the legal process, answer any questions and public comments, and seek council direction as it pertains to the November 3rd meeting. For those that are interested, we've held a lot of meetings in this regards. There's a lot of material in this staff report and prior staff reports as well. And so tonight's presentation will be brief, taking all that into consideration. It is really important for us in good governance to be engaged with our public and our stakeholders and partners in our community. And so this chronicles some of the important meetings that we've had. During this pandemic, we have been very transparent and engaged, talking about the COVID-19 fiscal impact during April through July up to now. And as many of you are aware, COVID-19 will have a $30 million general fund impact during a 2-year period, or only about 15 months alone. And as the city manager mentioned, those impacts may be even a little more dire. So the TOT that's being proposed will be an essential tool to respond to that. We had council deliberations on this subject recently on July 9th, the 21st, and the 29th. Importantly is our hospitality partners. We've been in discussion with them on multiple occasions about the proposed tax measure. And critical in our community is the voice, the concerns, and the support of our neighborhood associations. We had a very good, informative meeting with our neighborhood presidents, and this proposal brought before you today resonates with them and is consistent with what they've expressed to staff. The proposed TOT measure that you will see in the staff report and also in the upcoming slide will increase the TOT tax rate by 2%, from 10% to 12%, effective January 1, 2021. It will not require a charter amendment, so there will only be one ballot measure on the November 3rd ballot. What was very important and very clear amongst the neighborhood presidents was that the NCIP program is a valued program, and that 16% of this additional TOT revenue will continue to be allocated to NCIP. For one reason is to restore the $10 million of projects that have been unfunded. And two is that it's a very important project that supports our neighbors. With that said, that'll make this proposed tax a special tax, requiring a 2/3 voter approval. So certainly there will be an extensive and a need for extensive public education and outreach, given the 2/3 voter requirement for passage. Another critical component that was very strongly expressed by our neighbors is that there will be no phase-in of the 2% rate. They express the need to put that 2% in effective January 1, in particular because of the fiscal impact to the general fund and the need to fund critical city services. So no phase-in. They're also very aware of the fiscal impact the phase-in will cause as well. So that fiscal impact is between 1.4 million to $2.8 million in that first year alone. As also proposed, which is very important, is the expansion of the definition of VAF operators in our ordinance to include online travel companies. So the ballot question here before you should be very consistent with what you've seen previously. It should capture a few of the comments council provided on July 21st. Important in our public engagement process is that we have surveyed the community recently through the use of FM3, who are experts in trying to ascertain the care, concerns, and the wishes of the community. In that survey, it really informed us to craft this question, and we are very hopeful that it also reflects what council's direction was as well. Importantly, again, there is no phase-in because that phase-in has a fiscal impact of $1.4 to $2.8 million, which the neighborhoods and the presidents expressed that they're clearly in opposition of. So this, I will read the ballot question, and again, there are legal terms as to the structure of the question and how many words there can be. So this ballot question is already at the maximum, which is 75 words. Since July 21st, we also introduced a ballot title. As you could see there, the title of this ballot question will be Hotel Tax Measure. Again, we feel it reflects the FM3 survey of the community. So the proposed ballot question will read as follows, presented to voters on November 3rd. Hotel tax measure. Shall the measure be adopted to increase transient occupancy tax, hotel tax in paren, from 10% to 12% on the cost of rooms paid by hotel guests, with 16% of proceeds allocated to the Neighborhood and Community Improvement Program and 84% to essential services such as parks, recreation, library, emergency response, facility rehabilitation, and other unrestricted expenditures, and expanding the tax to apply to online travel companies, providing $2.8 million to $5.6 million annually, effective until repealed by voters. So that's the proposed language. There is precisely 75 words, which is the maximum allowed for the purpose of tax questions. Let's go over the legal process. It's very, very important to inform the council and the public how this works. Tonight, we're asking that the council approve the resolutions. By approving the resolution, we will then submit it to the county for a centralized election. That will then place it on the November 3rd ballot for the registered voters for the City of Monterey residents. In addition, what will follow in the publication will be a city attorney's analysis of the tax measure. There will be primary arguments, and there will also be rebuttals. And then on November 3rd, there will be an election. For those that are interested as to the terms and conditions and the parameters from as to the argument and rebuttals, please refer to the attachments to the staff report. With that, staff feels strongly that the TOT is an essential revenue tool for council and residents to consider. Without it, drastic shifts in services will be necessary to balance the city's budget in years to come. We also feel that the proposed ballot measure closely reflects what neighborhoods have strongly expressed to us. With that, I conclude my presentation, and we are available for any questions you might have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your usual very fine presentation. Questions from the council at this point? All right, I don't see any. Again, it's not because we don't have questions. We've probably spent over 20 hours of meetings asking questions and analyzing this. So it's not a lack of interest. It's kind of a culmination of all the work that's been done by our staff and council. Let's go to public comments then. Nat, do we have some of our good people who want to weigh in with us, please?
We sure do. We have some public comment, and just a reminder for folks to please dial *5 if you're looking to speak tonight. And our first public comment will be from Jerome from MCHA, and I'll unmute him now. Hi, Jerome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you. Good evening.
Hello. Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I serve as the chair of MCHA. 1% loss of tourism spending equals a loss of $267,000 in TOT to the city of Monterey. Loss of business due to the competition means a slower rate of return, jobs, sales tax, and TOT revenue. Over the last decade and a half, the city has collected in excess of $260 million in TOT, and this represents an average growth of 5% year over year. Additionally, with the neighborhoods, there have been $41 million has been given back to the various neighborhoods. The industry has done a fantastic job in continuing to raise the TOT by 5% year over year, well over the 2% CIT. Additionally, we agreed to set up the conference center facility district to pay for an additional $60 million for the Monterey conference center itself. The 2% does not take into account all of the other fees collected in addition to the TOT. By adding the 2%, our industry will be ranked amongst the highest in the state of California for overall fees, meaning it will go to about 17.35%, higher than Palm Springs, Sonoma, Napa, in terms of our competitor set for the group business. While the regular tourist may not be sentenced to a 2% increase, as the mayor pointed out for his coffee versus a cappuccino, the meeting planner industry is exactly the opposite. And it's the meetings that come to Monterey that generate the highest incremental tax revenue for our city, create less impact on our street, and most importantly, jobs for many of the residents of Monterey. How many of your children have worked in a restaurant, in a hotel? How many students have put themselves through school by working at a hotel? Or do we have a neighbor who is in a hospitality professional? Increasing TOT now, when no other city is considering an increase, is simply plain wrong. Sadly, it will not only slow down the recovery rate for the city, but it will also drive citizens out of Monterey who will no longer be able to find a job. The question you have to ask yourself, Council, tonight is this. When you see something that is not right, not just not fair, you have a moral obligation to say something, to do something. Our children and their children will ask us, what did you do? What did you say? For some, this no vote may be hard, but we have the mission and the mandate to be on the right side of history. Let me be very clear. We do not object to the 2%. We have simply asked for a phased-in approach, as has been well documented over a 2-year time frame. And with that, Mayor and City Council, I ask you to reconsider tonight. Thank you for your time and attention.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna right on the dot there. So let's go ahead and hear from our next caller is Kayla Fossum. Kayla, are you there, Kayla? Kayla, could you? You're live. Can you walk away from your computer or your speaker?
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Kayla Fossum, president of Villa Del Monte Neighborhood Association. We do border the North Fremont Business District. In fact, I live directly behind one of the hotels on North Fremont. And it recently came to my attention that there is a new hotel being proposed on North Fremont called ABID, A-B-I-D. I believe it was, the concept was in the works prior to the COVID pandemic, but the plans I reviewed that are going to be submitted are dated May 15th. So obviously that was 2 months into the pandemic. So my point in bringing this up is obviously there are professionals in hospitality industry that foresee a recovery to the point where they're going to be building new hotels. And as you well know, even before the pandemic, when the sales tax was pushed by the city and brought to the neighborhood, we asked that the TOT also be raised, actually 2%, And that didn't happen back then. So yes, it's overdue. I do feel bad that it's happening during the pandemic. But you know what? Everybody's hurting because of the pandemic. So let the visitors who come here pay their fair share for the things the city provides. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Kayla. Next up is Carol Sherbajian. Hi, Carol.
Hi, Matt. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Gentlemen, and thank you for letting me speak. Two things. One, just a question of wording. I thought, because I've been at all of these meetings as well, that Lauren had said at one point that they wanted to avoid the hotel tax, so that when and if you were expanding to Airbnb short-term rentals, that you have the ability already built in to be able to collect that tax. That is, again, maybe I wasn't paying enough attention, but that is somewhat confusing to me. Because again, when and if that happens, that automatically allows you the opportunity to start collecting that without having to pass something else. And secondly, I just have to say that hotel project has been in the works for a long time, at the corner of I think it's Casa Verde and Fremont. But the group business is entirely different from the leisure business, and they are, as Jeroen said, they're very sensitive to all of the costs. And it is clear when you see with the groups, you're getting 3 times the amount of revenue from a group than you are from an individual. And if we start to drive that revenue out of here, we're going to have more challenges. And I've said this before, 2% times 0 is still 0. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks. Thank you, Carol. Our next caller is Frank Geisler from the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. Hi, Frank.
Yes, good evening, Nat. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This is Frank Geisler, CEO of the Monterey Peninsula Chamber. During its monthly meeting last week, the board of directors of the chamber voted to support the 2% transient occupancy tax increase proposed by the city staff to be put on the November ballot. The board, however, prefers a phased-in approach to that increase instead of an immediate 2%. So 0.5% in January 21, another 0.5% in July 21, and a full 1% in January 22. The rationale behind this approach is to recognize that the hospitality industry is presently very badly wounded on 2 fronts. Financially, by a flood of red ink on its books. I think they're not the only one, but it's obviously this is the major industry in our area. And then on another front, the wound in its human capital. Many workers in this industry have already left the area or are about to leave the area and their occupations here. Or they may even live here, but in poverty. So the chamber urges the council to take a step back and consider a long-term policy in supporting a phased-in increase to the TLT. Thank you so very much.
Great. Thanks, Frank. Our next caller here, Susan Nine. Hi, Susan.
Oh, hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Good evening, everyone. This is Susan Nine, president of the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association, the second largest neighborhood in Monterey. And I am just reporting back from our board meeting last night that the board unanimously approved to support this measure. And we have all felt the effects of the pandemic. We lost $10 million of already approved projects. We've lost so many services and personnel, city personnel. And
I would put it to the community that the city is the essential service right now. The city is what provides basic services that we couldn't live without easily. And so I think rather than divide ourselves as a community, we need to think about what sacrifices we're prepared to make to help rebuild the city's economy. And that will cause the residents and all of the local businesses and hospitality industries to benefit in the long term. And this is one of the few methods available to the city to create a revenue stream that will not solve the city's financial problems by a long shot, but will keep its head above water. At least we certainly hope it will. And so I would urge us all to support this measure, not because we benefit personally, but because the whole community will benefit from this measure. And we will work very hard to secure its passage, and I hope we can be united in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Appreciate the feedback. Our next caller is Esther Malkin. Hi, Esther. Welcome back.
Hi, thanks. So I just wanted to point out that 2 callers ago, the mention of workers already having left the area is, one of the reasons why hospitality should be granted their request. But, at the end of the day, hospitality hasn't done a whole lot to retain their workers. And unfortunately, now this is the price that we're paying, from kicking the can down the road for decades of not paying livable wages and not maintaining a housing market that can support the workers that are basically the backbone of the hospitality industry, who is now finding themselves in, a precarious position with their finances that renters and workers have lived with for decades here. So this TOT is well overdue. If renters didn't get an increase for 34 years of their rent, like TOT hasn't been increased in 34 years, or if property taxes didn't go up, in 34 years, or sales tax didn't go up in 34 years, the renters have always been the workers of this area. And unfortunately, they have been always the last at the bottom of the list to be considered when it came to cost of living here. So the hospitality, unfortunately, the industry now is understanding the role that they play, and hopefully will learn a lesson when and if this area recovers, and whatever renters are left, in the area, that they need to find a way to make this area sustainable to keep their workers. So I would hope to see that they understand their role in making this city livable for everybody. And the workers that they are so supposedly concerned about now need to be taken into consideration like they are being considered now because COVID forced it. But for decades, they were not. And I challenge you to to ramp up the pressure of the property management companies that are stressing these renters to the max, and challenge them to work with you guys on making it a livable city for everybody, not just the San Jose salaries that are going to be replacing the renters that are leaving or going to be put on the street by the market rate being set, with those new salaries coming in here that will be the only ones that afford to live here.
All right, thanks, Esther. And looks like that is all for public comment on this item. So back to you, Mayor Roberson.
And as always, we appreciate everyone's input. And so we'll bring it then back to the City Council for any comments, or anyone that wants to make a motion somewhere along the line. And again, the action is to place this on the ballot for the residents of Monterey to decide if they would like this increase by a 2/3 vote. So council members, who'd like to start?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, a couple of questions just to clarify, and let me get right into the list. It's not long. On staff packet page 233, in the wording of the measure, I had this question before, and I just want to verify. I'm concerned about the phrase "rooms paid by hotel guests." And there was one caller that talked about overnight guests, alluding to the Airbnb. I think that's a whole nother discussion we've had before, but this does not change the city's zoning. And this is a question for staff. This phrase in this wording does not change the zoning that hotels have. That is why we do not allow legally Airbnb type properties. And I just want a confirmation from the city attorney.
Yes, sorry. So what we are proposing to do in the draft ordinance is expand transient occupancy tax to also include short-term rentals should in the future they become legalized. And also right now, even if they are not legal, there's no reason why the city should forego the tax revenue for platforms that are violating the law. They should also have to pay in addition to whatever penalties they may have to face. So what this does is it says the transient occupancy tax will apply to short-term rentals, whether they're legal or not within the city. And that's done under the definition of visitor accommodation facility that you can see in the draft ordinance. Does that address the question? So it doesn't change the nature of the tax being imposed on the transient. It just also holds the operator responsible.
Yeah, but I guess going deeper into this, each hotel is zoned an accommodation facility, which means that specific site is operated as a hotel. So if one were to rent their home less than 30 days, it's illegal, and we have no mechanism to collect that unless we catch them. And then with this change, we could go after them to collect that overnight TOT, but it would still be an illegal operation to rent that home out for less than 30 days.
Correct. Yes, you are right. This does not change any of the city's present zoning regulations. Those remain intact.
Yeah, so I just wanted that to be out there and clarified. Also in the, it sounds like somebody else has a statement.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify for the city attorney to confirm that as well. A change to the VAF zones is actually a charter vote and a charter amendment. It's manifested, I believe, in our charter, and I just wanted the attorney to confirm and point that out, please.
Right, the charter does address visitor accommodation facilities, and a charter amendment would be required to rezone properties to be labeled as such under the charter. So if you want to change your residence, for example, into a visitor accommodation facility, that would need to be done through a charter amendment.
Okay, thank you. And my answer is no, I don't. So I want to go back into the wording of the actual measure. It talks about the 84% to essential services. And is that a legal term that we need to have included in there? Or was that one of those that we struggled with to try and include services that we're paying for out of the general fund?
Essential is not a legal requirement. I believe that was developed based on the surveying done by the polling company, that was a favored word with pollsters, but staff can confirm that.
Okay, I think I can buy that. The next two lines down where it says tax to apply to online travel companies, and I want to reinforce that shouldn't say all. Do we need to tighten that up at all to say all online travel companies?
We could change the wording if you want to eliminate one word, since we are at the maximum limit. The definitions, the actual ordinance itself will be published in the voter guide, and that sets forth the definition with specificity. And it does apply to all online travel companies, whether it's Travelocity, Orbitz, all of those. And some of them are called out specifically in the ordinance. And so yes, we could add the word all if you would like. We just need to massage it a little bit and get rid of a word somewhere else.
Well, and I don't want to rewrite it. I just want to make sure absolutely we are able to defend ourselves in the future from the next travel company that comes along and creates some deviation and creates some wiggle room to avoid giving us the TOT.
We believe the way it's drafted, it should account for any future creative applications. Let's hope anyway, that's the intention.
Okay, so if anybody ever records or digs back up the intent, my intent is for to include it all. And I think that's what everybody else's intent is. But
And
I just want.
Oh, sorry. If you go to the definition of operator,
Yeah.
this is, we're amending that in the ordinance, and it specifically says the person who is a proprietor of the visitor accommodation facility, whether in the capacity, and it goes on to different levels of capacity, where the operator performs through a managing agent of any type or character other than an employee, or a booking agent other than an employee, including but not limited to online booking agencies such as Expedia or Travelocity. The managing or booking agent shall also be deemed an operator for purposes of this article and shall have the same duties and liabilities as the principal, meaning the hotel or the visitor accommodation facility.
Okay, it's clear to me. Let's hope we don't have court challenges in the future on it. But the next one is in the whereases. The fifth one down, whereas the city would like to clarify. I think I mentioned that before. If you're comfortable with that, I mean, you're the lawyer, I'm not, but I just
Page
wanted to have.
241.
I'm sorry?
It's on page 241 because we have a lot of whereases, so.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, page 241, yes. Fifth one down, page 241, whereas the city would like to clarify. I'm just thinking that should be more of an affirmative, you know, the city clarifies with this resolution. It just seems a little innocuous. And it's connected to the travel agency or the third party.
We can revise that whereas clause to say that the city with this enactment clarifies or affirms whatever language you think is best.
Yeah, I think it's just a style of writing, but I just don't want to leave anything, no wiggle room with the intent of this council that we're saying that this resolution clarifies that the transient occupancy tax applies to them. The last question I have is, when will we know the measures letter that we assign to this?
That's a good one for our brand new city clerk to respond to.
It is. I'm looking right now. Hold on one second.
My guess is early September.
And thank you, council, for bearing with my innocuous questions.
Are you okay?
Actually, we don't have to wait long. They do it on August 7th.
Okay. Wow. Okay. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Annette, I don't have Council Member Dan on my screen.
I'm here.
He's here. Yep, there he is.
Okay, there we go. Very good. All right, thank you, Ed. Other comments from our council? All right, seeing none.
Should I go ahead, Mr. Mayor? Or?
Sure.
Okay. I think what I've heard in talking to our community and our neighbors is that they gave up quite a bit in order to help us get through this pandemic. But that's not something that we should do in the next fiscal year. And that's why we need to do this. We need to make sure that we have sufficient revenue next year so that we can begin returning the city to normal operations if the pandemic on a health purposes, permits. But that financial reason should not be a justification next year to be having to go to the NCIP and asking for help again, for example. And I agree with that. And I appreciate the willingness of our neighbors and neighborhoods to help us out. I think it's also important to recognize that hospitality is the engine that makes all of those programs and services, or many of them, possible. We would not be the same city if it weren't for hospitality. And I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating dealing with traffic, and now it can be frustrating dealing with tourists who don't always follow the face mask rules, for example. But this is an important industry. So I'm trying to figure out, how do we do this? And I think that if I were to sort of look at it logically, I would say what the Chamber of Commerce proposed makes a lot of sense. In other words, moving in a staged fashion. I do think it makes sense. But I also need to respect what I'm hearing from our neighbors who are the residents of the city. And so I appreciate the Chamber of Commerce's attempt to try to, in essence, come up with a way to do this that would give our hospitality partners more time to adjust. But as a policymaker, my first obligation is to listen to the residents, and what I've heard from the residents is pretty clear. So I'm prepared to move forward with the direction that we gave last time, and maybe I'll just wait and see if other folks have comments, but I'm prepared to move forward.
Thank you, Alan. Other council comments? Councilmember Dan, please.
Yes, Alan, thank you very much for making those comments about the neighborhood associations and how they feel that that we have to move on. No question about that. But some of the things that really kind of bother me throughout our old conversations is we've now gotten to a spot where I'm not going to say it's us against them, but it just seems like there is some conflicts here between the people that supply us the money to put those programs together in the city, and it's really tough to see us all. But we all have our own particular needs and interests, and that's really, it makes it a tough decision, I guess what I'm saying. And like I said before, you try to look for a win-win situation, and that's why I brought up a phased-in approach a while back. But as we mentioned over the last couple of meetings, to bring in the phased-in approach, the city is going to be losing a certain amount of dollars, 1.4 to 2.8 million. And I don't know. I don't think we're in the position to be able to lose that kind of money. And I'm just hoping that if this goes on any further, I'm just hoping that we have a hospitality industry to collect the 2%. That's what I'm hoping. That, in fact, that's my biggest fear. I hope we bounce back, the hospitality industry bounces back, and then we can collect the money that we need to run our programs in the city of Monterey. So I feel for the hospitality, and I understand where the neighbors are going through. But again, as a council member, I have to make sure that we are financially solvent, and this is one way to do it, unfortunately. So I'm ready also to move forward on it.
Thank you, Dan. Other comments, please?
Clyde, if there's no other council comments, I just want to, we don't have a motion yet, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if there's no other council comments, I'll launch out and give that motion, and I want to give a little cornerstone of why. I was hoping a phased-in approach would be something that the council might land on, but after going through the 2 or 3 meetings that we've all had, and we've gotten a tremendous amount of information, it's obvious that a phased-in approach is not going to be go. It wasn't going to be favorable with the council when I proposed it, and I can support moving ahead with this. I think it's important as a policy, as a statement for council, that it be unanimous, and I think it will be. I've heard a lot from the neighborhoods. I've heard a lot from the business community, and I've heard a lot of folks that lost their job in hospitality, and it's not without any of us noticing that there are a lot of hurting folks out there, and we know that. This is not intended to be punitive to any of those folks that own those properties that are struggling to get tourism back. And we're all struck with the crisis and the chaos of COVID. There is no easy formula. And I think Alan said it best a couple weeks ago, where you talked about trying to craft policy. And we frequently are making the best decisions of terrible choices. And this one is a choice that seems terrible to some, but seems that it's logical and commonsensical for more people and more of a majority. And we've heard from those folks that are ready to support this and work towards a 2/3 passage. So we welcome that support. And if there's no other discussions, I'll make the motion to support the staff's recommendation to do 2% TOT increase and put it out to the voters for an effective vote that would go into effect in January.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All right.
Could I clarify, is this changing anything about that one line you mentioned, Ed?
So I think the city attorney was going to work on the whereas, and I'm fine to allow that to go. And we'll just call that with just my comments that she can take it as needed. So my motion is as the staff's recommendation, with the exception of the whereas that we talked about, with more affirmative language instead of would like, but with this resolution clarifies.
And one last point of clarification, if you don't mind. I heard you state, Councilmember Smith, that the effective date would be January 1. The way the current Section 7 reads, and this is in part based on the elections code, is that it would be 10 days effective after the vote of the people in accordance with the elections code 9217 and Article 2 of the city's charter, or January 1, 2021, whichever date is latest. So I don't know that you were proposing a change to that section.
No. So just remove the date, and I'll just say receive the staff's recommendation to put this on the ballot for November 3rd.
So if I could jump in, Mayor.
Yes, please, Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, so I don't want to go on too long because we have talked about this extensively, and there are a couple of other items on the agenda that I want to make sure we give due time to. But quickly, what I'll say is I've been getting a lot of pressure from residents about us going a little bit further than even 2%. And I feel like there are some relevant points made there, and I acknowledge that, and I tried to bring that up to the council early on as far as having alternative options proposed from the get-go. I don't imagine that the council is in that headspace, but I've also hear from the business community about not doing TOT tax at all, and there's been various proposals in between, and so I acknowledge the comments that the rest of my colleagues made in regards to the polarization of this issue and how that creates some splitting of the city, if you will, in ways that maybe aren't as beneficial towards bringing these various sides together. And I think it's a very real thing in our community, where residents feel very deeply that business community gets more of a priority than they do. And then the business community, actually rightfully so, feels like they're the revenue generator for that allows us to provide the services for the city. So it's a very politically kind of political dance that we're playing here. And I think, as Hans kind of often points out, that the decisions that the council makes at the end of the day tend to be the right ones. And I think that we're falling in a good space here. So I'm in support of it. I still have some hesitancy with where we're falling on it, but I think sometimes when everybody's not happy with the way it turns out, that maybe that's kind of the way that we've reached success. So I would love to see some opportunities for us to start setting some more funding aside for some affordable housing projects. I know that we have these 4 opportunity sites that we're looking at with the hope that it comes back to be 100% affordable. And I am cautiously optimistic that we will be able to do that. But part of me really feels like it's going to be a struggle to get that full 100%, which is exactly what's needed right now, because we don't need any more market rate housing. We need to make sure that we're providing housing for the 65% of people in this town that are renters and that are getting kicked out of their homes or having their rents increased. So anyways, I could go on and I'll explain some more of my feelings in regards to these issues later, but I appreciate my colleagues coming together on this, and I think this is a good resolution as we move forward. So I appreciate your partnership.
Thank you very much, Council. Let's get the money, then we'll argue about how we're going to spend it. Not argue, but have all of that good community input. So, Councilmember Ed, there you go.
I never heard a second.
Yes, it was seconded.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I second it.
And obviously, I will support the motion. Kayla Fossum, who is the president of the Villa Del Monte Neighborhood Association, a couple meetings back talked about the symbiotic relationship between tourists and residents and how we're all in it together. We all use city services, and to me, it's only fair that tourists help us retain the quality of life that brings them here, which goes all the way from our natural beauty, our marine sanctuary, our police and fire departments, our library. So we're all going to do our fair share, and I think that's what this increase is all about. Roll call, please. And before we do roll call, Clementine, it's been a long, arduous journey, everybody, and I thank you, Tyler, for acknowledging how well we've worked together on it. It's been a long one. Clementine, would you do a roll call, please?
Certainly. I don't think that Councilmember Smith has gone first yet. Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Albert.
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson.
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Thank you. 5-0. And so now we're going to let the games begin, as they say, because at this point, obviously, it's up to the voters. And personally encourage them to support this, but that's what a campaign is going to be all about. Our next item is a public hearing, and this has to do with amending a zoning code for a project proposed by Montage, which I'm finding very exciting, frankly, about what they are proposing, something that has a great need in our community. So without further ado, we'll turn it over to Hans to introduce most likely the very honorable Kim Cole, who is our Community Development Director. So Hans, would you do that, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item is a very, as you said, Mr. Mayor, significant item for our community, and we are grateful for Montage Health to present that project to us. What you will hear over the next 30 minutes or 40 minutes or so are two very intense presentations that will go into greater detail of that. The first presentation will be from our Community Development Director, Kimberly Cole, and then the project team will also have a chance to present to you the background for that project. And I shared with you, I think 5-6 months ago, a set of slides that Tim Nyland had shared with me, and I expressed to you my appreciation for that project and also the deep impression it left on me with respect on helping fulfilling a demand that exists here in our community. And I know at that time also Councilmember Hafer had a question or two, and when we engaged through an email conversation. So tonight is the chance also to ask those questions and learn more about this project. And with that, I hand it over to Community Development Director Kimberly Cole, please.
Thank you very much, Hans and City Council. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. This evening, I have the pleasure of presenting a project referred to as the Ohana Project. It's being proposed by Montage Health, and the project site is located at 6 Lower Ragsdale Drive. It is a unique project in our community in that it will be focused on providing services for adolescent behavioral health. And I know that the Montage group will present to you after my presentation some of their findings about the need for these services, these critical services in our community. So much of my presentation is more from a technical planning standpoint about the site and the zoning code changes, but there will also be an opportunity for you to ask questions of Montage Health. So this evening, you're actually considering a recommendation by the Planning Commission on 3 items. And the first, as you're well aware of, is adopting the environmental review for the project. It's a CEQA addendum. The second is you're looking at a first reading of an ordinance to amend our municipal code to allow medical offices with extended care in this zoning district, subject to review and regulation. And I'll delve into that in a little bit more detail in a moment. You also will be approving a use permit to allow the extended care on this site and for development on 25% slope. And lastly, you'll be considering a variance for building height in certain isolated areas to exceed our height limit of 35 feet. The Planning Commission did hold a hearing that lasted over an hour on this project. So much of the findings and discussion that you're hearing this evening has been previously debated and considered by our Planning Commission. As I mentioned, the project site is located at 6 Lower Ragsdale. That's in the Ryan Ranch Business Park. And I've highlighted the site in yellow on your screen. As you can see, the upper part of the site will be accessed from Lower Ragsdale, or actually the entire site will be accessed from Lower Ragsdale. It actually drops significantly towards Highway 68. So even though it shows that it butts up against Highway 68, there's a lot of topography and vegetation at the bottom of the site. I just wanted to give you a glimpse of the architecture of the site. And obviously, you're not necessarily approving the style or the exact form of the building tonight. The Architectural Review Committee will look at that. I just wanted to share with you that the building really sits well on the lot and has really nice spaces with large windows, and will be very inviting for patients to experience. As I mentioned, the project includes a medical office building with extended care. In this case, extended care means that there will be 16 residential beds where people could stay up to a maximum of 90 days. It is a family-centered adolescent behavioral health care center, so it also focuses on the family. It includes a series of offices, conference rooms, outpatient therapy. It includes a kitchen and dining hall, a gymnasium, and as I mentioned earlier, 16 residential beds. This is the site plan. At the top of the site, you can see you can see the curve of Lower Ragsdale Drive. There will be 2 driveways accessing the property. This upper driveway already accesses the adjacent property. So if you went out to the site, you would have seen that existing driveway. There'll be parking at the top of the lot. There'll be drop off through the middle and additional parking at the bottom. No development is proposed at the lower half of the lot because of the steep topography of the site. And these are just some more glimpses of sort of the architectural renderings of the project. And this is the gymnasium. I just thought it would be interesting for you to see. So from a technical standpoint, the buildings encompasses about 55,000 square feet. And it actually has a series of levels, and that's needed, that basically overlap to address the site topography. At the lowest level, there's the residential program. In the mid-level, there's group therapy spaces, kitchen, cafeteria, the gym area, and on the upper level will be the public entry, the public function, and outpatient clinics. And so just walking through, it's a serpentine building, specifically in that form to address the site characteristics. At this very lowest level, more isolated than the rest, will be the residential beds, the 16 residential beds. As you go up a level, this is that mid-level that I was describing to you. And then really the public space and the outpatient therapy rooms are on the 3rd level. Interestingly enough, from Lower Ragsdale, this building will basically appear as a 1-story building, and it's just how the layering of stories occur on this property. The project will trigger a use permit for extended care and 25% slope. Offices are principally permitted, so the extended care includes those residential beds and the slope issue. And then the variance, as I mentioned, was the area of the building that exceeds 35 feet. In order to make the use permit findings, what you're looking at for those residential beds is that use in accord with the objectives of the zoning chapter, which was an industrial administrative research area, and the purposes of the zone. And from staff's perspective, and what we presented to the Planning Commission, is that we really felt this use fit well with the professional and office buildings that have developed in Ryan Ranch that are principally permitted uses. And we also felt that it could be compatible with the light manufacturing uses that we see. And that's because the uses are within an existing building, completely within Ryan Ranch, and the residential uses will be considerably separated from additional development that we see higher on Lower Ragsdale. We're really excited about the opportunity of this project to create jobs. The industrial district is intended to do that. And additionally, we really found that the project's consistent with our general plan, that it's not detrimental to health, safety, and welfare, and really looking at that there will be no off-site impacts with this use. It's located within the building. And we're starting to see that increase of semi-residential uses in our industrial districts. And then lastly, our code requires you make a finding that the use will comply with any specific condition of approval. and we've had an opportunity to review the conditions of approval with the applicant, and to date, they haven't voiced objection. I mentioned to you slope, the 25%, and what's shown in red here are those areas of the site that are close to the building that exceed 25% slope. And then you can see the really tight topography lines at the bottom of the property. And I think what's important when you're looking at this is you can see they really focus the parking areas in the building away from those steep slope areas. And our general plan includes these findings that basically we're not supposed to create new lots of record on 25% slope. There are no new lots of record proposed for this project. We're working with an existing site. Moreover, we're looking at minimal encroachment and minimizing impact. And as the Planning Commission debated this, they really reflected on how that building was pulled out of that 25% slope area. And then obviously we don't want to be building in areas with active landslides, and there's no known or anticipated landslide areas. In regards to the variance, the majority of the building is under 35 feet. There's a couple areas shaded in dark on this graphic that show that there's isolated areas that exceed the 35 feet, and it's really related to the topography that we see coming in right through this part of the site, and then some of the access that's needed in elevators to get down to this lower residential level. So in a lot of ways, the building steps with the site, but there's overlap where we have access and topography issues. And A1, A2, A3, and A4 refer to section drawings. I just have one of them here for you today. As I showed you, this is the majority of the building complies with 35 feet. We have an isolated area here where it goes up to 50 feet. And the reason is to get that elevator and access to the lower levels. So the variance findings that are established in state law and also reflected in our zoning code really speak that you have to have something unique about a site in order to grant a variance. Clearly on this site, we have unique site topography. We don't find that the project is injurious to other properties in the vicinity because, as I mentioned, the building steps down and will not loom over Lower Ragsdale or the adjacent property. And we don't find it a grant of special privilege because of these unique topographic issues that we see. I do want to point out there were some other issues reviewed by the Planning Commission. Highway 68 is a scenic highway. It has a minimum setback of 100 feet. We're looking at well over 300 feet to this development. This the project itself, as well as the zoning change, was required to be reviewed by the Airport Land Use Commission, and they found the project consistent with the comprehensive land use plan for the airport, with some modifications to our zoning amendment, which we included. I want to speak briefly about the land use changes. So offices are principally permitted. They could have built this whole project with the exception of the 16 residential beds, but they really see that as key to their mission in providing the services that they need. So what we did in the zoning code proposed amendment is we created a new definition. So instead of just offices medical, there will now additionally be a definition for offices medical with extended care. And that will include medical facilities where persons requiring 24 hours supervised care for a period of time not to exceed 90 days. And I want to be clear, this does not include, nor does the project envision emergency medical care or hospital acute care at this site. This is really more of an adolescent behavioral health facility versus an acute medical facility. There are special regulations that have been added to our zoning code for the airport safety zones, and there's a new parking requirement to address the residential beds. In regards to the CEQA addendum, this will probably look familiar to you. There's requirements, mitigation measures for lighting and signage. There are conditions of approval or mitigation measures for biotic and tree resource assessment, about the timing of vegetation removal, the compliance with best management practices. And I did want to focus on one issue that I need to clarify, that I need to amend in the resolution and the addendum. So the tree report prepared by the arborist recommended a 1-to-1 replacement of the 10 proposed tree removals. And then in the parentheses, what I missed is it said if 1 oak is removed, replant 2, and then it used to say trees. Well, that's obviously inconsistent with the 1-to-1 replacement, the example. So what I'm suggesting this evening is that you include an amendment that I believe it's on pages 259 and 281 of the resolution and the addendum, that will change that example to be if 1 oak tree is removed, that will replant 1 tree. And so I'd like to sum up. We're asking for 3 actions by the City Council this evening, as I previously shared with you. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions. And I know Montage Health also has a presentation they would like to share with you.
Good. Are there any questions for Kim at this point by the council? Councilmember Allen, please.
I got 2 questions. The first one, pretty straightforward. How will this be visible on the Highway 68 corridor? If so, how much?
So there is vegetation along Highway 68. We did not do a visual analysis because of the distance. It'll be up on the bluff. It's over 300 feet from the property, and it's sort of above the hill. So I don't have an exact answer to that question. The project architect is also on the phone, and he may be able to pull up a graphic to show the view from Highway 68.
Okay, I'd like to see that in a second. And then secondly, we're being asked to grant some variances. And my question is it within the council's legal prerogative in granting variances to ask for concessions in exchange? Or, for example, one thing that I'd like to hear from the proponent is whether or not they have any plans to treat low-income children, or if this is 100%, market rate. And if they're not, is that something that would be within the council's legal authority to ask them to consider allocating a spot for a low-income child?
I believe when somebody requests a variance or a land use permit like that, that we're isolated to the issue at hand. If the city wanted, so I'm thinking of like an affordable housing project, we actually have other parts of the code that make that requirement. So I'm not aware of a legal mechanism that we can request that. I do know they propose to serve a variety of households. So I would leave it up to them to maybe provide more clarity on their client base and various financial aspects. But I don't believe you could do that through the variance application.
Okay, so then thank you. And I look forward to hearing the proponent speak to those 2 issues.
Thank you, Alan. Councilmember Ed, please.
Yeah, real quick question. When the Planning Commission heard this, just wondering if there was, what the vote was, because it's not reflected in the staff report unless I've missed it. What was the Planning Commission's consideration and ultimate vote?
So their vote was unanimous on the use permit and the variance in favor of the project and the 25% slope encroachment. We had 2 commissioners dissenting on the, so I think it was a 5-2 vote on the zoning ordinance amendment. There was quite a bit of debate about whether 90 days was too long for the extended care. And ultimately, and they also really debated that if you were there for 90 days, 6 months from then, could you come back from another 90 days? And they had a fairly lively debate about this issue. And they ultimately, the majority said, we need to leave the treatment to the doctors. If they have a 90-day treatment, and if an adolescent needs to come back in 6 months because of whatever medical reason, that needed to be allowed for that extended care or residential beds. And so they went back and forth on that, and ultimately we got a 5-2 vote in favor of the zoning amendment.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Councilmember Dan, please.
Thank you. So I'm excited about the project because I know that I've yet to see a building or a project that Montage has put together that hasn't been a beautiful building anyway. So I'm sure it's going to be gorgeous. But I want to reflect a little bit on what Alan said about viewing it from Highway 68, because that is a sensitive corridor. And 50 feet, how does that relate to other buildings in that particular area? I mean, is it like the same height, or will it really stand out as a larger building in comparison to what's around there?
And I can bring up a slide and show you this more, but the residential care wing that swings across the bottom of the site will only be 35 feet, which will be the same height as all the buildings we see in Ryan Ranch. Where we're getting this overlap is because that residential wing was correctly placed at a lower elevation to address the topography, there's an overlap between the upper levels and needing to get to that lower wing. And so I like to think of it more as an elevator area, or area that, the building's going to have to overlap in this small area to provide that access that's continuous within the building.
So I suggest that if we are putting in trees on that building site, that maybe the builders would plant those trees in front of those buildings, in between the buildings and Highway 68. So when they grow, you could lose the buildings altogether.
We already have quite a bit of trees there, but I think that's definitely a place where additional trees could be placed as well.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then I think at this point, we really don't have an applicant, so to speak, proposing a building this evening, because that's going to be addressed by the ARC and so on. However, because this is an ordinance to amend the zoning code and variances, but we certainly do welcome our representatives from Montage Health, and would love to hear anything that they'd like to share with us. Is that my friend Tony in the mask that I see on the screen? Yes, it is. It's really great to welcome you. I think you can hear from our city council that we find this a very exciting project. I also want to compliment the Planning Commission for doing all of that heavy lifting for us, because they've addressed, I think, what would concern the council as well as what would concern the community, and that is building on the slopes, as well as height and visibility from Highway 68. So we'd love to hear from our representatives of Montage to share some of the excitement of this project with us and our viewing audience, please.
So Tim, Mr. Nyland, we cannot hear you if you're speaking. We tested this earlier, so just give us a moment. Thank you.
Hey, how about now, Kim? Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So my apologies. Good evening, everybody. This is Tim Nyland. I'm one of the vice presidents for Montage Health and have responsibility for building the Ohana project. I want to start off first by thanking Mayor Robertson and city council individuals for their time and consideration of this project. I also want to thank the city of Monterey for their assistance with getting this project to the point tonight where we're having a discussion. I prepared a very brief PowerPoint presentation this evening to provide an overview of the project and to give you some background that I think would be helpful in continuing our discussion this evening. So on the next slide, we were very fortunate 2.5 years ago to be approached by a community member, Roberta Bilek Elliott, who came to us and said that she wanted to make a transformational gift, and how wonderful that have an opportunity to look at a problem, a healthcare problem we could solve in our community by having the financial backing of this very generous donor. And so what we did on the next slide was we looked at 4 potential concepts that we thought that the community would need, that we would be able to solve a healthcare related problem with this generous donation. And one of them on the next slide was we had written up a concept about child and adolescent mental health. And I think everybody on the call tonight probably has known a child in crisis and has known that this is not only an issue for us within Monterey County, the state of California, but it is a national problem. And so we were fortunate enough to get the support of Bertie Bilek Elliott, who gave us a $105 million gift specifically earmarked to solving the issue of child and adolescent mental health here on the peninsula. On the next slide, when we look at, again, just not only the folks on the call tonight knowing somebody that has had a child in crisis, there are really some startling statistics that I think are pertinent to the discussion this evening. And there is a large need, again, not only on the peninsula, but within our state and nationally as well. On the next slide, sadly, there are 1 in 13 children in California that suffer from a mental illness. Nearly 1 in 3 high school students surveyed have suffered from depression-related feelings. Sadly, again, nearly 1 in 5 of those have considered suicide. And at one point in time, not too long ago, the Central Coast had the state's 3rd highest suicide rate. And obviously those statistics are very alarming, but they do demonstrate the need for the Ohana project. On the next slide, I think it's important for city council members and for the mayor to know kind of what the current state is. We did receive the gift a couple of years ago, and we had a number of activities that we have started to address the issue prior to the building being built. And so a couple of months ago, we had over 100 children that are on our waiting list. And the shocking statistic to me personally was that 32% of those were under the age of 10 years old. Our current space is very limited. For those of you who are familiar with our outpatient behavioral health program, it is at Hartnell Professional Center in downtown Monterey across from the post office. And so sadly, both the needs of the children in our community and the wait list will continue to grow until we're able to build the Ohana project. So just on this next slide here, it demonstrates what our current office capacity is with the availability of treatment hours, the staff, as far as what their credentials are who are currently being seen, and then the amount of patients that we can see. And you can just go to the bottom of that slide and see with Ohana, obviously, we'll be able to expand the treatment hours significantly. We will add a number of physicians, PhD and social workers to our clinical complement of staff, and we'll be able to see over 1,800 patients on an annual basis. I think it's probably a good time now to address Councilman Hoppa's question, I believe. There was a question regarding the treatment of all children. As consistent to Montage Health's mission and vision, we will see all children at the Ohana facility. On the next slide, I think it's important again to talk about the need. So if we look at just specifically the waiting list that we had that I had alluded to earlier, over 100, you can see there where the need is specifically in our community. One of the reasons why we're building out in the Ryan Ranch campus area is because the need is not only for the folks here on the peninsula or in the city of Monterey, but you can see on our current waiting list, 41% are from the city of Salinas. And so again, we're looking at the Ohana project as addressing the needs in our immediate community, but we fully expect for there to be specific interest in this project throughout the state of California, just because of the lack of resources that are currently available in the state specific to child and adolescent mental health. So really our solution in being able to address the issue is to break the cycle of mental health illness within our community specific to adolescents. And we have the fortunate backing of Miss Elliott to be able to provide that outstanding gift. And I know that her and her family are really interested in being able to allocate those resources into moving the dial in a very positive direction and preventing some of those statistical issues that we had addressed earlier with suicide and depression. So on the next slide, you've seen some of this earlier from the staff presentation, but we actually wanted to make sure that the building would not only provide a healing environment, but also would be able to support the building footprint that we have out at Ryan Ranch there. And I appreciate the earlier comment from Councilman Albert regarding our projects. We take great pride in making sure that anything we do on the peninsula meets both our mission and vision, but also supports the healthcare needs of the people in our community. On the next slide, this is a draft of the current main entrance. As you can see again, for us, aesthetics and supporting the healing environment will be very important in the Ohana project. On the next slide, this gives a rendering of what the lobby is going to look like. Again, making sure that the use of natural light and other elements to us are very important in the healing process, and we intend to incorporate them into this project. On the next slide, physical fitness obviously will be important to the healing process. We will take a holistic approach at dealing with mental health in children. And so not only will we have a gym on site, but we intend to have a garden where the kids can grow their own food and be involved in eating the things that they will grow on the property, and understand the importance of the nutritional aspect of healing as well. On the next slide, again, is the inside rendering of the gym here. And then on the following slide, it gives you the south view of what the building is going to look like. Again, understanding there was an earlier question about the view from 68. You will have my commitment if there are things we can do from a planting tree standpoint to making sure that it's aesthetically pleasing. Montage Health and I will be personally responsible for doing that. On the next slide, this will give you an overview of what the building will look like from the air. And again, we think that just addressing all the different qualities from a healing aspect and the design is very important to us. On the next slide, I just wanted to end with a quote from our benefactor and the very generous donation we got. And Bertie Bilek said to us, "Few people can make a gift of this size, and fewer of those would choose this cause. If I don't do it, it would not get done." And so we feel tremendous respect to honor the gift that Ms. Bilek gave us, and are really excited about being able to move the dial in child and adolescent mental health in a positive direction to help out kids in crisis. Thank you.
Mayor Robertson, this is Kim.
Thank you so much. Did the council have any questions for our friends at Montage? No, okay, thanks.
I have a
really
question.
An exciting building and concept. Yes, Councilmember Tyler did want to ask something.
Yeah, I actually want Kim to go first because I think she had some additional input to provide, and then I'll maybe ask my questions.
So the project architect just shared a drawing from Highway 68 with me, so I can share that with you.
So Kim, this is Laurie Chambers, where I represent NBPJ, the architects for the project. And to try and address your questions and concerns about the view from the highway, we actually deliberately went out there and took pictures as you go along Highway 68. And so just to point out, on the left side of the picture, on the existing, you see there are the two-story buildings that you can actually already see, and they're kind of placed so that the long side of the buildings face down towards the highway. And those are going to remain, and that is what you see as you go down the highway. Our project site is actually just to the right side of that. And you can kind of see on the picture, that's the existing conditions. So you see a lot of trees up on top of that hill anyway, and it is our intent to try and save as many of those as we can. And Kim did a good job of talking about there's only a few that we are going to be removing. But part of the circular shape of the building is not only to embrace the space, but also actually to create space for those significant trees that are in the middle of the site to remain in those courtyards and provide shelter as well. Now, that also allows us to leave a lot of the trees that are seen from Highway 68. And it's really not as visible as you think if you think about a height limit that's the figure that was mentioned, because the ends of the upper floor are what are actually reaching out on the slope. Those are what are actually kind of those gray areas that Kim showed, are where the height limit is being pushed up. And it's not the long face of the building. And on that lower photograph for proposed, in the middle of the picture is one of those wings. You don't even see the other one because it's already behind all of those trees on the right side. And that is actually an open terrace for the staff to sort of have a respite and, you know, break from their work and be able to enjoy the views as well. Now, what you don't see in that picture is the residential wing, because it is actually only 1 story tall. And it is behind that row of trees that you see in the foreground. So to Tim's comment, we've already looked at what kind of landscaping and trees can we plant to minimize both the view to and from that property and create a little bit more privacy for that residential. So I hope this goes a long way to sort of addressing the concerns that we're actually not putting up a very tall building, taller than all of the others, all the way along the site. It's only a couple of select points, carefully placed, and landscape screen around the rest of the building, which uses natural materials with some wood siding and is really of the site. And the sloping roofs that we're proposing are of the surrounding buildings and sort of help to ease the topography down the site as well. So let me know if you have questions about those as well.
Okay, thank you for the renderings. I hope that answers everyone's question. Can we ask our Assistant City Manager if we have public comment?
Oh, and we do have public comment.
Anyone waiting to share with us?
We sure do. And our first caller, we've heard earlier this evening, Esther Malkin. Hi, Esther. Welcome back.
Thanks. So I wanted to bring out a couple of points. I think this is obviously a much needed type of facility. I'm guessing that the numbers that are being used here tonight as far as the need were pre-COVID, which we all, any age, are suffering through an unprecedented situation. And I pretty much am sure that the younger kids and that generation is going to have a harder time understanding what's happening and adjusting and learning to live with it. And so I think that it's important that we address this. Going to also bring up the fact that, you know, we recently went through this whole conversation about defunding the police and making sure that we address, you know, mental illness and other aspects of why they were claiming we needed to defund the police. So I think this is a step in the right direction. But I have one question that bothers me about this project. And I think Dan mentioned that Montage always does great buildings and their designs and whatever. And I'm wondering, 16 beds for the need that you're using, the numbers that you're using now, doesn't seem like enough. And now that we're in, you know, in the COVID crisis, how is 16 units really going to help the additional, you know, cases that we have that you're basing this on? So my question actually is it smarter to spend money on such a beautiful facility and make it so aesthetically pleasing, and, you know, it's going to be wonderful and fabulous and beautiful when you walk in, But would some of that beauty be better spent on the real reason we need a project like this, which would be to help more people and more kids? So I would kind of challenge you guys a little bit before saying yes, wonderful, fabulous, to questioning how we can make this really work financially in a way that it will help the most people that need it. Thank you.
Thanks, Esther. Our next caller, we actually don't have their contact information, so please state your name and the city you're from, and thanks for joining our meeting.
Yes. This is Nina Beatty. I'm calling from Monterey. When I first heard of this project, I know how much this is a needed facility for this area, for all areas. But I'm very alarmed at the location. The building is in the vicinity of a number of cell antennas, and it's under the flight path, and especially for extended care. This is not going to be a healing environment for already a very vulnerable population. Dr. Martin Paul and other researchers have discussed the psychiatric symptoms that can result from exposure to RF electromagnetic radiation. And they include mood disorders such as depression, anxiety, agitation, suicidal ideation, as well as cognitive impacts to memory and concentration. And there are also the physical impacts of heart rhythm disturbances, headaches and migraines and nausea, as well as those who are already sensitive in the adolescent population. High RF levels are not conducive to adolescent health. And I'm also surprised to hear discussion about so-called healing facilities in industrially zoned areas, because that's not conducive to health as well. So I'm opposed to any residential use in this environment. I think that Mrs. Elliott's money should be spent in a site that's really surrounded by nature and does not have these imposing or interrupting exposures that could actually thwart the healing process and make young people more symptomatic. And they need a reduced EMF exposure site to go through healing processes in. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Nina. That's all for public comment on this item. Back to Mayor Roberson.
All right. Thank you, Nat. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Councilmember Tyler, please.
Yeah, so I just want, I appreciate Montage for working this project and the donor for offering this wonderful opportunity for locals. I agree with Esther's comments in regards to much of a need, particularly as we go into this COVID experience and through the out years, the effects that it's going to have on our community. Very much needed, and I appreciate all the work being done here. I wanted to follow up on Alan's question, and I'm not sure if this is his intention, but I'm wondering if, so I guess, how does that process work? If somebody is in an unaffordable situation and they need to stay at the site, does that get covered by their insurance? How does that work?
I don't know if that's the question in front of council right now.
Sorry, okay.
I think in front of council is a land use question, a question, but I refer to Kim Cole.
Well, our friends from Montage may want to reply to that. Then again, I think as pointed out, it's really not on our agenda how they're going to finance it or run it. But if they would like to add something, the floor is yours. For Montage.
Yes, this is Tim Nyland again. I appreciate the questions. I wanted to address the issue of capacity of the 16 beds. I think it's important for city council members to be fully aware of the fact we will have a very intensive outpatient service that will be run out of the Ohana project as well. and many children benefit from intensive outpatient services and being connected with their families still rather than being in a residential program. And so the 16 beds were, the number was decided upon after consultation with the physician, Dr. Susan Swick, who will be the physician in chief in charge of the program and the clinical aspects of Ohana, as being a number that would be able to address the community needs, understanding that the majority of children will be seen in the outpatient setting. Regarding the issue of ability to pay, again, understanding Montage Health's mission and vision and our connection to the community. Obviously, we will see the children, regardless of their ability to pay. It will be specific to each individual as to what their insurance is, and so it's difficult for me to speculate on how each child will be seen, but it's important for council members to know that we will see all children in need.
I appreciate you clarifying the question from the public in mine as well, even though it's not the subject of the conversation. I guess my last question for you here is, are you feeling constrained by anything? In other words, would there be an effort to expand the design or the facility in a way that might better fit the needs of Montage, if there weren't restrictions? And it's kind of an open-ended question. Just see, is there opportunities to do more than what's already being proposed?
Yeah, great question. And you know, we are a community hospital, and it is our desire to look at the changing healthcare needs of our community and to address them. So specific to the issue of child and adolescent mental health, the original design of the building at around 55,000 square feet, we think will meet those current needs in the event that as we get deeper into implementing the project, if we determine that there is additional building that will need to take place, obviously we will address it at that time. But we think that with our current planning that we've done and the statistics that we've reviewed to design the program appropriately, that the initial size of the building and the way that we're going to staff it will be a good first attempt at addressing the issues of our community.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. Other council questions?
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'm assuming I can make a motion to approve all three elements of staff's recommendation at the same time?
Yes, you can.
So I'll go ahead and do that.
I'll second.
All right.
And Mayor, I hate to interrupt. I just want to emphasize that staff had recommended an amendment to those existing documents regarding the example of the one-to-one replacement.
Right, right. Would that be included in your motion?
Absolutely.
Okay, and the seconder is fine.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please, Councilmember Ed.
Sorry, I was trying to get my mute button to go. I just wanted to ask a question, and maybe Kim knows the answer to this. I know we talked about 16 beds. There's 55,000 square feet and outpatient, so it's quite a spectacular addition to our community. Is there any restraint because of water on that site? Obviously, water is a concern wherever you build, but is part of this configuration due to the amount of water that they have available, or are they going to be on a well?
They were able to obtain water through a special program at the Water District for critical facilities. Okay. So water is not the constraint for this project. We've basically gone through the process and are processing the project that they want. And I didn't spend a lot of time talking about the office space or the outpatient clinics, but that whole upper level, yes, it includes a grand entrance, but there are substantial counseling rooms, and they've designed their own program to be predominantly counseling rooms, in addition to the gym where they can work, I guess, on different issues with children. And then they have a limited number of residential beds, but we've accepted the number that they've proposed and that were part of their own fact finding through the development of their program.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Great addition.
Councilmember Allen, please.
Yeah, so I appreciate the comments from Montage and their explanation, response to my questions. Hearing that, I'm very excited about this. It is a critical need. Like many families, my family has experienced mental health issues and crises with children in our family. It's a terrible and difficult thing for a family to deal with. So I'm really glad that we're doing this, and I'm also very glad to see that they're committed to the equity issue, that mental health affects all families at all income levels, and that we're also bringing the whole Monterey County community. We're thinking of all of those children. So that really is important to me. It's something I'm going to bring to all my decision making is that equity issue, and I'm glad that they are committed to that as well. The design is amazing. I think it looks wonderful. And seeing the image of the view from Highway 68, I'm satisfied that I think that is a sensitive design. And I know that as they work through the process, they'll continue to do whatever they can to make sure that our, beautiful Highway 68 corridor is preserved. So I'm very excited, and I just again want to personally, I don't know if she's watching, but Bertie Bielak Elliott, thank you for championing this issue.
And very well said. Thanks. Roll call, please.
Let's see, Councilmember Williamson.
Yes, I'm ready.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Albert.
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Why don't we take an 8-minute break and reconvene at 9:10? Take a look at all of the things that have been on our agenda thus far from the afternoon and the evening. It's really multifaceted, quite interesting, but it really runs the gamut of so many complicated issues. And that leads us to another one. And that is to adopt a resolution ratifying the order of our Director of Emergency Services, and that's our city manager. And it addresses temporary outdoor business permits and delegating design approval to the chief building officer. I know this is an item that's been in the news quite a bit, and that is the second part of the pandemic. Of course, the first is health and safety, and our last item was talking about mental health as well. But secondly, the challenge of economics of business, keeping people employed, a 31% drop in the gross national product in the last 3 months nationally, which of course is a devastating statistic. So on the peninsula, we have a lot of restaurants that are trying to provide outdoor service in a safe way. And so with that, I'll turn it over to our city manager, and he can more or less update us on the efforts that the city's been making with respect to outdoor dining.
Yes, thank you. Our assistant city manager will give you a brief 5-slide presentation about that measure. It is basically just an amendment to an existing measure that we already implemented.
That's correct. Thank you, Hans, and I will keep it very brief. As you've already introduced today's action, we are asking council to ratify the city manager's order to allow COVID-19 temporary outdoor business permits. And we have a few goals that we always keep front and center. Number one is to ensure, as Mayor Roberson stated, that there is a safety related to COVID-19 for outdoor operations. Any type of outdoor dining operations or outdoor retail operations must comply with the county health order as well as state guidance for physical distancing and mask usage. So that means that, for example, folks must maintain at least a 6-foot distance between groups when they're dining. That includes back-to-back of chair, and also wear masks when folks aren't eating or drinking a beverage, if they're eating or dining outdoors. Number 2 is to maintain physical safety and ADA access. It's important for us to keep employees, customers, and the public at large safe when they're dining outside, whether on the sidewalk or in the future in a parking spot designated as a parklet. And third, of course, one of our goals is to continue to do our best as a city to support businesses and economic vitality in our community. The access to retail space indoors is limited, and as we all know, dining indoors is prohibited in the state of California, and providing for this outdoor access allows us to help businesses counterbalance the loss of seating indoors and continue operations. On June 26th, the city manager, Hans Uslar, issued an order that allows for the temporary encroachment permits for outdoor dining and retail sales on sidewalk areas. So many of you may have seen on Alvarado Street as one example, several of the businesses decided to expand their outdoor dining and in other areas, retail sales as well, to sidewalk areas. And that has been proven to be quite successful. And we continue to enforce to ensure that there's the COVID-19 related safety, but very popular outdoor dining, particularly during the warm days that we have. On July 23rd, the city manager, also in his capacity as the director of emergency services, issued a new order. This one superseded the previous order, and it expanded temporary encroachment permits for outdoor dining and retail sales on sidewalk areas, beyond just the sidewalk areas, but also to include parking lots. And these are private parking lots. You see in the photo here is a photo of Denny's on Fremont Street, closer to downtown, that location, as well as parking spaces as well. And when we talk about parking spaces, we're referring to public parking spaces. These are the parallel spaces throughout Alvarado Street and other areas. We are currently working on and developing a guideline document and guidance document on parklets that we'll be distributing and sharing and promoting to our business community coming up very soon. Last week on July 30th, we held what we called a panel on parklets. And this was a meeting with the business community about parklets. We had staff from traffic engineering, building, parking, risk management, and the city manager's office there to answer questions and share information about our initial thoughts on converting some of these public parking spaces into outdoor dining and other uses. And we received positive feedback overall from the community members. It was very well represented with reps from Alvarado Street, the old Monterey Business Association, new Monterey Business Association, Lighthouse Avenue, Cannery Row, and North Fremont Business Association as well. So as we shared earlier, early next week, by August 10th, that's our target date for the release of these parklet guidelines. I know that Hans will be delivering an update on COVID-19 report, and we'll be talking a little bit more about parklets and some of the regulations that we'll be recommending as part and mandating rather as part of these parklet guidelines that include the use of decorative K-rail, for example, to ensure, as we mentioned, our initial goal, which is public safety. So far, as we said, quite a success, this program. The temporary encroachment permits for just the sidewalks and private parking lots alone have resulted in over 35 applications issued as of this afternoon. The city's chief building official reviews and approves the working details, drawings, plans, and specifications for every single temporary permit that is issued. And we have applications issued in Old Monterey, North Fremont, Lighthouse, Cannery Row, and also Fisherman's Wharf. These are typically permits that cost $310 each, but we are here to continue to support businesses in the best way that we can throughout this pandemic. And in total, we've issued permits that have waived over $10,000 in potential fees. So tonight, before you is a staff recommendation to ratify the order of the Director of Emergency Services, Monterey City Manager, to allow for COVID-19 temporary outdoor business permits, and also delegating design approval authority to the city's chief building official. That's my update for today.
Good. Do we have any council questions at this point?
Yeah, I have one.
Councilmember Dan, please.
I have a couple questions, and this might be obvious to everyone, but just I want to make sure that I'm on the same page. This ordinance applies to any restaurant in the city of Monterey, correct? So it's any
not just restaurants, but retailers as well. So there are a number of clothing stores and other businesses that have applied for permits to be able to use either private parking lots or sidewalks to expand their business operations.
So it doesn't necessarily mean just in business districts. It could be if you have a restaurant in a neighborhood, you can set up outside, I assume.
Absolutely, yes. Yep.
Okay, then the next question is, I'm seeing a lot of tents outside restaurants. What is the regulations for tents and sides?
Yep, our current regulations for tents and size based on our most recent review of regulations is that at least 3 sides must be open to ensure that there's adequate airflow. And we actually met this morning as a team and staff and discussed a game plan to notify and warn businesses that aren't complying with those regulations that they must make modifications to be able to remain in compliance or be in compliance rather.
Thanks, Ed. Just one more question. And
They
so,
also, if I may just add, they are also inspected for structural integrity by our building official and signed off as well. So the building official or her building inspector are checking the tents as well, so that we ensure that it's structurally sound and not a flimsy canopy that just flies away at the next wind.
so my last question, I'm pretty sure I probably know the answer, but how's our building department handling the extra load for the extra fees and it's happening? Do we have enough people, staff to do this?
We do, yes, and Hans is nodding his head. Absolutely, we've got a great team, and our chief building official Lori Lynn Williamson at the helm of that team has done a great job with the rest of the staff to expedite the review of these. We're getting several new applications each day, so that number of 35 continues to grow. I think today we had 3 additional applications that we're reviewing, and we're doing our best to work with the businesses. Sometimes the applications come in and they're out of compliance or they're designed in a way that is non-conforming. So we try to work with the businesses through the process so that they can begin sales and operations in these areas.
Okay, thank you.
If I may add also the piece of information, COVID-19 shelter in place, phase 1, everybody was shutting down. Essential public works projects, essential projects still continued. And the folks in building inspection and permit services really worked continuously when other businesses were still closed or when we were telecommuting. The team around our building official was more than 100% busy. On certain days, we had 25 inspections per day during the height of the shutdown when residential construction was not allowed. So I just wanted to do a shout out to our team in building and inspection services headed by our building official, Lori Lynn Williamson. They are doing a superb job, and they are out there every single day during the past 3.5-4 months since we went into shelter in place. So they are very busy. The additional outdoor seating, the emergency order that is in front of you adds tremendous workload to them. And of course, also with that comes always conflict as we have to convince the one or the other that they need to follow certain rules and regulations as well. So, but thank you for that question, Councilmember Albert. those guys are literally working their butts off right now.
Go ahead, Ed, please.
Yes, hats off to Lori and all the other city staff that's been doing that. That's great comments. I know this presents a challenge for some, but if you could answer the quick question for those watching, where does it start? I'm assuming an online application. And then how can they do the best they can to save the city time to process it through the various different departments, building, fire, public safety? So how can a merchant that's interested get going fastest and save time? Where does it start?
I think we have on our online, on our portal somewhere, an online form, a PDF form. I believe the last time I looked at it is a one-pager, or maximum is a two-pager. And as you can tell, the business associations, OMBA and Canary Row Business Improvement Districts, North Fremont, they know where to find it. And Ned just put it up on the screen where you can find this under services and building and safety.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And appreciate all the effort for all the various folks and the staff that have to, quickly and rapidly get inspections to get approval. I know August is on us. It's a great time to go out and eat. The weather is getting better. We have about 60 to 70 days of great outside weather. So the season won't last forever. So time is of the essence for people to quickly move on this.
Thank you, Ed. Councilmember Tyler, please.
Yes, I'll just ask two questions, so we don't have to go back and forth. So the first one is, as far as compliance, what is the city's strategy in response to businesses that don't comply to the order and the requirements for social distancing? And is part of the option on the table to pull that? What would trigger that to actually occur and happen? And then the second question is, as far as people having to be 6 feet apart in restaurants, are we enforcing that to include while people are sitting, and not just the tables being 6 feet apart?
Yes, we are enforcing all that by being out there day in, day out. Police, code compliance, community services officers work different angles of the different guidelines, and the businesses will be repeatedly advised or educated or work with us very closely to be in compliance.
And your first question, we will indeed, and we try to work with businesses first, but one of our tools is to rescind the permit. Yep. If it's a temporary permit they've issued under the city code.
Okay. Yeah.
Tyler, can I follow up on a question just real quickly?
Absolutely.
I want to get a clarification. Did you say that in each restaurant, each table, you have to be 6 feet apart when you're sitting with somebody? I didn't get that part.
It's 6 feet apart between groups of tables. So if you're within that group, you can be closer than 6 feet. It's when it's back to back between each group of tables.
I got that. Thank you. Thanks, Tyler.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, and I can maybe save this more for the discussion when we get to that point as a council, but I'm just wondering if it's prudent for us to make sure that we're including language in there, like after a second warning, or after a first warning, the permit is rescinded. So that's all for now.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
Let's see. In fact, we have a connection issue. So bear with me for just one moment.
Sure.
I need to reconnect. We got disconnected from the conference line. 1 moment.
while we're waiting, Hans, if I could just kind of ask a follow-up question in regards to the social distancing and the tables being the appropriate distance apart. I'm getting a lot of feedback from residents in regards to this. And is there an outlet or an appropriate process established where if folks have concerns, they can contact a certain office in the city that can initiate a visit to a store that might be causing concern?
Absolutely. The residents can call City Hall like they always do. They can send us an email through Monterey Suggest, or if they like, they can also go and call the non-emergency telephone line of the police department and report their observations. As a matter of fact, we have quite a few residents that have reported to us alleged violations, and we are sending out police officers to a doctor's practice where the receptionist or the people treating people were not wearing, allegedly not wearing face coverings, or we are sending somebody to a business that doesn't maintain social distancing. And after we educated them, our officers are returning unannounced the next day and the following day to just check. The police chief has assigned the community outreach, community action team, the CAT team, to those tasks. And we don't have a centralized phone number for that. It appears to me that most of the residents can get a hold on us on all the various channels. We even follow up on Twitter feeds that accuse a business of not having the right procedures in place. Last but not least, council members, you have forwarded to me also your observations or the input that you received from constituents, and we're following up that as well.
Thanks, Hans.
Okay,
Nat, you're back. Do we have public comment?
We are back. Sorry for the technical difficulty. We don't have any callers on this item. So
Okay, then let's bring it back to the council. Further discussion, or the appropriate motion would be to adopt a resolution.
I'll second that.
Okay, I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution. We have a second by Ed. Did you have further discussion?
Yeah.
No,
Could we include
Councilmember Tyler
in there that would permit or require city staff to pull the permit for lack of compliance? And I would say after a first warning, especially with the health concerns. And I mean, this is, I think, a serious issue, and I think that it should be clear up front. And I think one warning is more than enough to move forward with pulling permits. I mean, and what I'll say too is I think that this is a great idea, right? Because I think it's allowing us to be able to support economic development, allow people to go out and participate in social settings and create opportunities for us to move forward in an effective way given the circumstances. But I think we also need to make sure that we're very clear about the need to comply with the safety precautions that are required.
Let me ask staff if we have any wording. What is our wording currently if we have perpetual chronic non-compliance?
Yeah, we'd have to, I may have to ask our city attorney, Dabi, to chime in on this one. But I think our intention, Councilmember Williamson, is to only give one warning and to be fairly strict on this issue. We're concerned as much as other members of the public and you are that businesses that violate the clear guidelines, and for example, we've told them once, we don't need to tell them twice or three times. If you're comfortable with us moving forward in that direction administratively, it may be a little cleaner than us trying to go back into ratifying and modifying a ordinance that, but we can certainly do that, I think, but I'd have to ask our city attorney.
Yeah, I'd be interested in hearing from Chrissy in regards to any issues with that. I don't see the harm in just adding a statement in there to kind of give that reassurance to the residents that we're going to really enforce that.
Right. So enforcement, we really do need to leave to the discretion of the code enforcement officer or the police officer or CSO, as the case may be, because the circumstances change and need to be individualized. And so we can understand the council's desired policy, but I would recommend against having a statement on explicit enforcement levels or ramping up.
We did discuss.
Does that mean that we can't do it though?
Councilmember Williamson, we did discuss that among staff a couple of times over the past 2-3 months. There are very valid legal arguments to not interfere with the discretion of the enforcement arm of the city. Last but not least, this morning we had a discussion about how to pull those permits quickly and what the formats are for that, because we want to have those teeth. So it is really in our, so to speak, work program and our standard operating procedure to have those tough calls and pull a permit if a restaurateur is not working with us. But in the end, we feel to do how do I say it? A contemporary code compliance entails that you give the police officer, the code enforcement officer, a necessary discretion to make those judgment calls based on the circumstances they encounter. And I don't think we have really an issue right now in the city of Monterey where we have zero compliance. I think the exception, and I give you a great example. We had an issue with a restaurant close to Custom House Plaza. We advised them, educated them that they could not hold the event as they had planned it. They agreed that they wouldn't do it and were very collaborative. And we returned 2 hours later just to check, and they ended up with a $1,000 citation and being sent to the district attorney's office. So it was not an outdoor seating arrangement, but it tells you that we are taking our job seriously. And I think the work with giving the officers the discretion right now, in my humble opinion, works. However, of course, if the council feels differently, that of course is up to the council's discretion.
I guess what would be a scenario? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dan.
Maybe I can tag on to this, Tyler. You know, the way I see it is that we're looking for consistency. And if you have it in writing, then you know it's going to be consistent. And so I'm just concerned that maybe one restaurant may get a warning after the first time, and then the second restaurant may get 2 warnings or 3 warnings before they're actually cited. So I just don't know what type of example would be where you'd give more than 2 warnings as opposed to 1 warning. I think that's, Tyler, is that kind of what you're looking at?
Yeah, I was actually just going to ask, what would be a scenario where we would want to allow more than 1 warning?
So I don't know if I can come up with a precise example, and sometimes it helps to think of these things in the extreme. And so if it's really no different than mandating a police officer that they will arrest somebody on the second time that there's an offense, that could result in some significant constitutional violations along with a whole other litany of problems. And so that's part of the separation of government, right? That we give a certain amount of discretion for judgment to be exercised in the field, because there is no cookie cutter method of enforcing these things. Maybe sometimes it's black and white, but a lot of the time it's not. So what I would suggest is if the council is inclined to have some sort of mandate like that, that they give me a chance to research so I can make a better recommendation. Right now, I would be hesitant to recommend including that kind of language for liability reasons. Or having that kind of mandate.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I know this discussion probably, I've been biting my tongue. So I just think staff is laid it out for us appropriately. It's always difficult when you want to lay down the law and say zero tolerance, because you have a variety of folks that are out there responding to the call that are going to be making the observations or responding to a complaint. So I think the staff and the city manager has outlined the resources and the tools that are there to follow up. They're writing citations. $1,000 citation on a violator is a hefty citation. If that person were to be a holder of an outside dining encroachment permit, that's going to come to the city manager. I think the city manager has heard what we're talking about, and I think he would have the wherewithal to act on that and do what he needs to do to make sure that his staff is doing the enforcement. There's follow-up, and there's a revocation procedure that he would then be able to revoke the permit because there's violations and it's not safe. I think if we do it overly prescribed, there's too many folks that are out there enforcing it, issuing the tickets. And I think that it's very difficult to walk that edge of having a prescribed zero tolerance, as well as we're trying to educate at the same time. As long as we get responses, that's what we're after. I don't think we want to get into the point of ordering people to issue citations and collapse encroachments because we have a misinterpretation of what happened. As an example, you may have an owner that applies for the encroachment permit, and then there's on-site managers, and an on-site manager may make a mistake. We have an opportunity to correct that and certainly follow up. So I think we can take care of the repeated offenders with the enforcement apparatus that the city has. And I don't want to delay this either. I just don't want to see this have to come back and have any additional time. So I'd rather turn this over to the city manager and his staff and give them an opportunity to use the enforcement apparatus that they've already got that seems to be working well.
Yeah, I just, even the example that you give, right? Like I think we're leaving space for us to say, oh, well, okay, we understand this situation. And I think we need to send a really clear message that we're trying to work with you here. But however you need to do it, you need to educate all your staff, and there's no slip ups here. I think we're on a very slippery slope. We're trying to open things up and allow activity to occur, but people need to comply. And to me, I guess I'm just, there's a gap here. I'm not seeing it, and I'm trying to keep an open mind. And so I'm struggling with this a little bit. And I think that our residents really are wanting us to take a stronger approach here. This isn't normal circumstances. This is.
Well, I think your illustration is appropriate and on point. So if you had someone who observed a potential violation and they gave that kind of warning that said, hey, come on, work with me, fix this, and then they left, and that employee was remiss in following up, then shame on that employee. But I don't think that that's happening with the spirit of all of the apparatus that we have between officers and fire inspectors and code enforcement and building and a city manager. So I think that if a person was the first responder and heard something that was not satisfactory, I think the professionalism of our employees, they're going to follow up and they're going to make sure that it is either complied with or there's enforcement. So I can't see a case where we would say to the enforcement person, your first time you make contact and they're out of compliance, you shall issue a citation or you shall revoke the encroachment permit. I just don't think we can be that overly prescriptive for enforcement. And I just think that that's going to create conflict at the front line. And I think the city manager's got the tools he needs to oversee this.
It's us being a little bit loosey-goosey about this is creating conflict as it is. I mean, there are a lot of residents that are communicating to me about their frustration about us not being a little bit more stringent on how we're going about things. And I don't see what the problem is. If we have part of it could be maybe we're required to talk to the owner. I don't know. That part I would leave, right? Maybe you just talk to a manager or whoever's there on site, however it's done. But maybe the owners need to talk to their employees and say, hey, we've been granted this permit. And if anything comes up, if a city staff comes up to us and says anything, you report that directly to me immediately. However they need to do it. It doesn't matter how it's done. It just needs to get done. And
well, I would agree, and I would suspect that's occurring.
I do have a proposed solution, but I know Alan would like to speak as well, so I'll let him go first, and then I'll chime in.
Please go ahead, Chrissy, and I'll.
Okay, so I think, and I'm sorry it's taking me a second to digest the conversation, but so there's two different issues. One is mandating issuing a citation, and I don't recommend taking away that type of discretion. But separately, I think what you're trying to get at could be achieved by just saying, if you've been issued 2 citations and those have gone through the appeal process or whatnot, then your temporary permit shall be revoked. Does that address what you're saying? Your temporary outdoor seating permit shall be revoked upon the upholding of 2 citations. Now, the problem is, of course, these citations are appealable administratively at the city level and then also in Superior Court. So that could be quite a bit of time before that works its way through to be adjudicated. But untying the citation from the permit itself, I think fixes some of my concerns.
I guess that's better, but I guess part of the thing that I think of as you say that is, well, the enforcement individual doesn't necessarily have to give a citation, so it requires the citation to be given and then another citation to be given, instead of it just being like a verbal warning. And I don't know how that's handled, so I'll take it if that's a way to negotiate a way to kind of create something more enforceable. But yeah, go ahead, Hans.
Yeah, I want to say 2 things. Today at 10 o'clock, there was something you might have heard earlier that is called the Business Roundtable telephone call. I know you're familiar with that vaguely. I talked to them at 10 o'clock today as part of the City of Monterey update, and part of my update was that you, the businesses, you are on the forefront of enforcing all the CDC guidelines and advising your employees to be compliant, to advise also the guests appropriately about how to behave in COVID-19 restaurant settings. And I told them also that we will be revoking permits for outdoor seating or outdoor dining if we see violations. And I want to tell you, frankly, from my perspective, I don't need your help right now to say we need 2 citations and then you have to do the following. Just want to get on the record with that. Of course, it's the council's prerogative, but our staff right now and the situation that you see is quite under control. What our residents feel are our emotions, and I respect them deeply for that. But I just want to state for the record, I don't need this help at the current time. If we need to have that help, we will come back to you, or we will start implementing policies like that. But for right now, I honestly feel we are doing quite well with our business community being probably in the highest of 90% in compliance every single day.
I mean, you can call the residents being emotional, but I think that there's valid feelings in the way that they feel about this. And to say that we're going to go to the business council and tell them you have to police yourself, you have to, that's like telling us as a community, police your neighbors. I mean, it's not, let's create the standard and let's enforce it. I don't understand what, again, I'm trying to keep an open mind to the perspective, but I'm having a really tough time in understanding what's wrong with just saying, hey, let's give them a warning, and if they don't comply, we revoked a permit. We're giving them a benefit here, which again, this is going to be great for all of us. And actually, other businesses that are wanting to comply with the order are actually in harm's way of losing that if the state ends up going more restrictive for us. So there's a benefit for everybody, for residents, for businesses that want to comply. So that's just kind of where I'm at with it. I'm having a tough time understanding.
Well, the city attorney has suggested that she could develop some wording, bring it back to us that would accomplish what you're talking about, Tyler. And in that safety comes first. That's the bottom line. So if that's amenable, I believe I made that motion, and I could certainly amend it to, I think I made the motion, right? It's been a while. I would amend the motion to and ask that our city attorney come back with wording with respect to the revoking of the permit and what the standard would be.
So, Mayor, are you suggesting that we adopt the resolution as written and she comes back with an amendment to the resolution? Is that what we're looking at? Okay.
Right. Because I think she made it clear how we can do that, leaving the discretion of giving a citation to our staff. But secondly, upon the receipt of a citation, 1 or 2, that's it on the permit. So, and I would be open to that. I think safety is I've seen the restaurants, I think they're doing a good job, but I've seen people sitting back to back a foot apart. And that's not meeting the standard.
And it's just not fair for the ones that are complying with it.
Exactly. So that would be the my motion then. I don't even know if I have to amend the motion, but just by consensus, we could ask our city attorney to bring this back at a subsequent meeting with the enforcement and the penalty and how the revocation of the permit.
Something, I know we don't plan to meet again until September 1st. Would it be advisable, and this may be a Hans or a Chrissy question, to have council adopt the current order as written, and then we would come back with an updated order and have council ratify that, which that new order would supersede this order. It would be ratified on September 1st.
I think we probably would just come back and amend the council resolution that they're adopting tonight.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
This is a little awkward doing it this way. We've had our city manager very clearly state that he has the tools he needs. This is an emergency order to put in place to allow our businesses some operation on the outside for encroachments. He's already issued 35 encroachment permits, I believe is the number. If he was asking for the help, the staff report would have reflected a much more ardent and strict procedure. I would assume that if we launch this and he issues more permits and he encounters some problems, he's going to come back to us and ask for some amendment or more enforcement. But it sounds like he's got the enforcement ability through code enforcement, through the Muni code, and through this encroachment permit. So I don't know what we're doing here, trying to get in the business of tell a code enforcement or tell a city manager how they need to issue a citation. This is just not good governance to do it that way, and I can't agree with it. I think we've got what we need to allow our city manager to move ahead.
Thank you. I think a little clarification. The discussion isn't trying to tell people how to give our staff how to give a citation. It's really addressing when would the permit be revoked, and the citation would be at the discretion of the staff. But after 1 or 2 citations, it's been suggested that there would be a revocation of the permit. That's the discussion.
Yep.
I don't know if that helps or if that's what
I've been listening and I've been hearing,
okay.
And
Yeah,
I
I know.
really, and I heard the city attorney, and I've heard the alternative language, and I've heard the city manager basically say he doesn't need the help and he's got this. So I think this is over prescripting something that does not need to be made such a big deal. And I don't want to see any delays. And I don't think we should touch this again unless there's a problem. So that's just my opinion. I think we should be more efficient in moving this along tonight and not worry about having to come back and modify the language in 30 days. I think we got what we need.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Allen, please.
So I think we've got a motion on the table. We should probably vote on it. I just want to thank Tyler and Dan for bringing up these concerns that I think we've all heard from the community. I appreciate Councilman Ed as somebody who's had to enforce the law, and hearing his perspective is, I think, important, and I appreciate Chrissy and what she said. So those both kind of give me somewhat pause, but I think it's important for staff to hear loud and clear that today the community is not satisfied, and so you've got to find a way to make the enforcement more effective, because Ed's right. You got the tools. We've just got to be consistent. We've got to be effective, and as Tyler said, it's really about keeping the economy going, because if we don't keep people safe, eventually we're going to be regressing, and I don't think any want that. So our businesses really need to be responsive, and our code enforcement and staff need to be consistent and clear about demanding that the health code be observed. And I think we should vote on what we have now. If there is a problem, I think it's pretty clear what the council wants, and if we don't achieve that, then we can come back.
Okay. Sounds good. So let's go ahead to Tyler.
So what's the motion?
The motion is to adopt the resolution as presented.
And who was the second?
Ed, I have you down as the second.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to check, does the motion not include that amendment then, Mayor Clyde?
No, it doesn't, although we could have a subsequent motion, or we could give direction by consensus after this vote.
Could we get, would it be possible to get consensus before the vote?
Sure.
So that, I mean, because that I think influences, I really want to be supportive of this because it's a good thing. But I also think that us kind of just leaving it, I think just leaves the space for us to potentially not come back to it.
Well, we've listened to our city manager, who's going to be the one that's going to implement policy. He's heard us.
But this also, folks, Ed, this also gives the city manager a chance in 30 days to give us an update on how the policy is working.
No, yes, I agree. If we move tonight on this, the city manager could come back in 30 days on our next meeting, and he's got 30 days to evaluate whether he needs more.
Yeah,
I just don't.
That's all we're asking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the city manager is going to come back to us at any time on anything that he wants to change if the conditions change and he needs more enforcement. I'm supportive of that. I just don't want to. I don't want to write it now and force him to have to come back when we don't have a problem.
Well, I don't think we're asking anybody to write it now. It's just that if something does happen in the next month, we already have something in place that we can vote on that council meeting. I think that's all we're asking. At least that's all I'm asking. We have something already set up.
I think
so
Chrissy
just in case something happens.
Yeah, I think Chrissy prescribed it pretty well, and so it would just be nice if we could have this back on the agenda next time. And if we don't need to take any action, we can move forward with it. But I think it just provides us an opportunity to engage in the conversation, get an update from the city manager to see where we're at with things. I'm
all right.
I'm good as long as the conversation is not for half an hour.
Me too. I'm good with discussing this again in a month, and I think staff have an understanding of what we would be looking at if there are problems.
And my position is I can vote for this tonight, and I'd love to hear the city manager report back and tell us if he needs more in the future. I trust him, and he's focused and he knows what he's doing, and we should just move on and let him do his job.
Okay, so part of this is where we would pass this resolution tonight with the understanding we'll be looking at this at a month for possible revision. Is that okay?
Yeah, as a seconder, I agree with that.
All right. Roll call, please.
Okay, let's see. Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. This goes segue right into city manager, who's going to give us an update on coronavirus efforts and measures by the city, and yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Let me present.
Excuse me. I should mute myself.
Okay, is my presentation up?
Yes, it is.
All right. A great deal of the topics which we just discussed will be addressed in this presentation. Here's the latest data from this morning, 10 o'clock. COVID-19 is rampant and alive in the city of, in the county of Monterey, almost 5,000 cases. Just this morning, 4 additional fatalities were recorded. Hospitalization, a change of 7. The numbers at the local hospital, CHOMP, stayed the same. I believe there are 11 hospitalizations right now in our own community hospital of the Monterey Peninsula. That number fluctuated over the last 7 days, went from 12 down to 7, up to 11, and down to 7, and then up to 11 today again. So these are the numbers that we have here in the county, and I just added a little bit of local flavor to the numbers of our community hospital of the Monterey Peninsula. These are the metrics that are being monitored by the county, which are ultimately responsible that we rolled back our opening schedules quite a bit, and the 2 arrows highlight basically where we are. When we got the variants, we had 2 COVID-19 related deaths over the last 14 days. Right now, we are at 10, and the number has to be around 5. So we are at right now is double where we should be. The overall test positivity rate statewide in the last 7 days, I believe, is a little over 7% right now. In Monterey, it's 14.8%. So with that, we are very, very much aware of what's going on. Face covering. This email came in just last night, and that kind of highlights the challenge that we are facing right now. This person emailed us and said, "You cannot find people for not wearing a mask. Are you nuts, you wacko liberal?" However, those emails are really in the minority. We receive a lot of emails from our residents that are actually expressing concerns, concerns like the ones we just discussed about outdoor seating areas on Alvarado Street. Residents also express concerns that they don't feel safe when they see other folks socially interacting in outdoor dining places, and They literally ask us how to behave when they approach outdoor dining areas, just because they are in general very uncomfortable passing by in those areas. And my first bullet point is we receive also emails from residents who express concerns about not wearing face coverings. Wearing face coverings is a very interesting topic, and when we issued the $100 fine, no mask, $100 fine, which applies to the area of Wharf 1 and Cannery Row as the mask enforcement area, when we engaged and went public with that on various platforms, media release, social media, etc. This was the reaction on Facebook. Close to 55,000 engagements, over 400,000 folks were reached, and we had over 1,400 comments. And that all within a period of maybe 2 weeks or so. So it's a big concern and issue for all of our residents. And the challenge is that who's enforcing mask rules here from the New York Times, often retail workers, and they are getting hurt. There is a definitely interesting political dynamic. There are folks that are being videotaped when they tell others not to wear face mask or not having a mask on today. It's just silly, says one customer, and gets a lot of flag back from another customer. You see that our mask order, our face mask mandate in close areas like Wharf 1 and Cannery Row gets actually mirrored in other areas. Walmart, Target requires 100% face mask wearing. And you see also that from time to time you have really confrontations over mask wearing, and there's always the danger for code compliance and also police officers that folks really take it very, very severe and very serious, and there's always the danger of violence. This is a Twitter feed from Sunday, I believe, when I took that screenshot. One gentleman on that has been critical, shall I say, not very, about things. And you see, most of all the 3 comments were basically folks that are seeing that we have a positive impact here in the city of Monterey. And if you take the gamble and leave the city of Monterey and you go into other cities or other areas, I think Monterey really is at the peak of all those cities that have very good face covering compliance. I said that Wharf 1 and Cannery Row is the area where we cite for $100 if somebody doesn't wear a mask. And I can share with you that from my observations, and I think some of you council members have checked it out for yourself as well, the compliance on Wharf 1, Cannery Row is in the highest 90 percentile. And of course, there is always the one or the other that you can observe, and that's something that I think applies to many other facts of life. Our administrative citation, we were the first one in the county to basically recognize the need to act on face covering and to also create citations that are enforceable by the cities, as the DA is not enforcing any of those citations that are being issued by police departments. So our administrative citations has been copied by the County of Monterey, by the City of Salinas, City of Carmel, City of Pacific Grove. Other cities in the state have called us and asked us, how are you doing that? And they have copied it. What our administrative citation basically does is it fills the void that the health orders from various public health officers have left with respect to enforcement. What the challenge for us is that neighbors expect 100% compliance all the time. That frankly is not realistic. The state order itself allows for exceptions, for instance, for medical reasons, or they allow if social distance can be maintained. The governor's order says, hey, if you think social distance can be maintained, you don't have to wear a face mask. We also fall victim right now, science versus politics. You see a clear failure in the national politics to advocate convincingly for wearing face covering. And you see that this topic has been politicized. It is, in many parts of the world, a matter of science. Here in our nation, it's a matter of politics, and we have to deal with that, and our discussions tonight kind of reflect those challenges as well. We have a town in where we have every single day, every single weekend, new visitors. And when I say new visitors, I mean we have day trippers that come to town and then they have a check mark for Monterey and they don't return in the next 3 months. That's a matter of fact. So every single day we have to be out there educating our new tourists and bring them into compliance. So that's another challenge, of course, that is typical for a town like Monterey. Last but not least, one of the things that I tell residents when they approach me and share with me their concerns, which I take very seriously, and as you can tell from the orders that we have issued and that you are ratifying, these are orders that are intended to make all our lives safer in the COVID-19 era. But if you don't feel comfortable to walk down on Alvarado Street, or if you don't feel comfortable to be on the recreation trail, then just don't go there. There is a certain personal responsibility that every single one of us has to take on. We understand that the recreation trail is beautiful. We understand that it is fun to be on the wharf, but if you are not comfortable there, don't go down to the wharf right now. The wharf will be still there, hopefully in 12 months, and hopefully then we can all enjoy a good dinner there. Last but not least, we cannot be there. We cannot be everywhere every time. And that's also an expectation that sometimes I feel residents have, and which I just say is not realistic. We try to be everywhere. I tell you, every single weekend on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, all businesses, all areas on Cannery Row and Wharf 1 are 100% checked and visited and revisited. All businesses on Wharf 1 and Cannery Row. So with that, I want to talk about parklets. The assistant city manager gave you a quick overview about this. Safety first for us here as well. We are probably the only city in the county that will require crash-rated K-rails, but we require them at all 3 sites because, frankly, if you put the construction out in the city on the streets where people used to drive or used to park, I think we owe it to the guests there that they sit as safe as they can be. So we will make crash-rated K-rails mandatory. We will require flooring, of course. We will make sure that public utilities will not be blocked. It has to be, of course, ADA compliant. Parklets are usually 6 feet wide, but where the traffic flow allows us and the street layout allows us, we will extend those parklets beyond the 6 feet. And I'll show you an example in a couple of seconds. We will encourage the business association to create a unique branding on those K-rails. I envision something colorful, something tasteful, but something that basically shows you, okay, I'm in Old Monterey and I am in front of the Alvarado Street Brewery or something like that. But there needs to be a little bit of branding that we will work out together with the business association. We will charge a fee for the loss of metered parking spaces. Now, the main area is Alvarado Street right now, where we have a lot of buzz about using parklets. There is no metered parking spaces, but on Cannery Row, parklets there are high revenue makers for the city of Monterey that are accumulating in the thousands of dollars. So we will ask for a $10 per day space according to our fee structure, and that will go up January 1st with a recent parking increase to $20 a day. And the whole approval process, the whole inspection process, again, we don't anticipate that we will ask for permit fees for all of that. The businesses have to spend money on those parklets, and we want to keep our side of the cost low and basically not charge them. Here are some examples for parklets. You see on the top a general parklet example, and the orange shows you basically where a parklet can be built. The lower image is a little bit more intuitive. You see that there are cars on the street, two cars. One is this could be Cannery Row. It's a two-way traffic, and you have people sitting in a 6-foot parklet with a crash barrier, the K-rail there. What we envision for Alvarado Street is something a little bit more sophisticated, shall I say, because on Alvarado Street we have a one-way traffic over 2 lanes. So here we can actually restrict the travel from 2 lanes to 1 lane. Basically, the middle of the street will become the new center lane, travel lane, and then left and right we can construct parklets that will extend over 6 feet. And you see extended parklets here, 15 to 16 feet. And again, we got to have the tables all 6 feet apart, etc., etc. But with that, we feel also that we can help the businesses to optimize the space. And I think this is a solution also that the Alvarado Street merchants are embracing, as we will still have open parklets in front of certain stores where people can go in and stop by. For instance, Jamba Juice is one of those that depends on the folks that just stop by, grab a juice and leave again. There will be no outdoor seating because they don't apply for that. So we can arrange the parklets where businesses want them, and leaving also parking spaces available for them. I'm very, very proud about our outreach, but more even so of our staff that really put this all together. And as Nat indicated to you, we want to launch this very, very soon, because we know there is a need for it and the timing to build it is right now. Here's something about parking revenue. And again, I'll give you an overview over several topics. But this was a question that was raised, I think, 4 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago by Councilmember Albert. 69% down when you compare it to the month January, July 2019 to 2020. Even though we all think July was a good month, 65% down. These are some of the numbers that we anticipated to a degree. Having said all that, we went through very, very tough budget challenges, and tonight's decision to go for a 2% TOT without phasing it in will definitely help us offset a variety of losses. The rental assistance program, we are ready to kick this into gear. We are waiting HUD's final approval of the guidelines. We submitted that to HUD, and now we are waiting for HUD to give us the green light. The online application is completed and ready to be launched. I shared with Councilmember Williamson yesterday that last week I was test driving the online application just to see how it works and how it if all the parts are connecting, etc. And I felt it went very well for me. Don't worry, I will not get rental assistance program. Staff, our own staff will review and process the applications. Our staff feels very confident that they can do that in a timely fashion. I understand that questions have been raised whether staff is actually able to do that. I trust our staff. I asked the question several times to staff, and staff knows also that I will keep a tab on that and see how we are processing that. But we will internally review and process those applications. That will, of course, help us to maximize the funding, as we don't have to spend additional funds for someone processing those applications. We're also working with 211 to get their system up and running for the initial processing. Wanted to give you an idea what the form will look like, or the guidelines are. On the right-hand side, you see people have to live or work in the city of Monterey, experience a loss of income due to COVID-19. It's not eligible for folks that are receiving other federal financial assistance. We need to see a lease agreement or a letter confirming tenancy from the landlord. You have to be current on rent payments prior to COVID-19, and you have to make less than 80% of area median income, and those incomes are shown here on the chart as well. We try to keep it simple, but we still need to comply with the HUD guidelines. So we need to see a cover letter that explains the situation and why rental assistance is needed, income tax returns, bank statement, lease agreement, photo ID, recent pay stub if people are still employed, hour reduction notification from employer if hours are reduced, unemployment award letter if unemployed, rent due notices, and then, of course, landlord verification that applicant was current on rent prior to COVID-19, and landlord's W-9 and contact information before we can send the landlord then the rental assistance. These are very these are the guidelines that we have to comply with by using housing program funds as well as the funds that CDBG has allocated to us. Local economic stimulus plan, we started out in the beginning of April to talk about $1 million that the city was allocating to help business in needs. These were not general funds, but parking funds, entitlement funds. So far, we have awarded 85 grants. The grants are between $5,000 to $25,000. The guidelines and businesses were published and identified on monterey.org/coronavirus, and there's a button to hit LSP. That was one of the inputs we received from council, I think 1 or 2 meetings ago, to please also show the award guidelines in greater detail. We did this, and actually we updated the spreadsheet that shows the various businesses to also show some of the findings that were made by the award committee, which was a committee consisting out of folks at the Community Foundation, which then forwarded their recommendations to the mayor, the vice mayor, Hafa, and myself, and we did the final determination. So far, you see the total right now is $705,000. I know that 2 or 3 checks are in being issued as we speak. We are looking at W-9 forms right now, but I can tell you that all of the parking fund money has been distributed, and what is left, little less than $300,000, are funds out of the Tidelands. I want to talk about Parks and Recreation is doing. Unfortunately, as council recalls, we had to lay off most of the team in Parks and Recreation, but what we have left, what little have we left in the Parks and Recreation department, those guys are really rocking and rolling. We have set up a food distribution system together in partnership with the Food Bank of Monterey County. It is fresh produce distribution every Monday. Yesterday, we served 312 seniors. I would say 95 of them were signed up, and then we had walk-ups or drive-bys. and so the number increased to 312. Tuesday, Friday, today, and Friday, 4 days a week, we have a drive-through Meals on Wheels where people come and we hand out Meals on Wheels. We have 20 participants right now, 20 plus. We hope that goes up to 30. And then blood drives is something very important that we have been doing for quite a while. I think the first time I spoke about a blood drive was, I think, 2 months ago. It has become now a fixture. Again, it is taking place at El Estero Park Center. And last week we had 52 donors. Somebody actually reported to me how many pints were donated. We conducted another blood drive today, and what is interesting is that every single blood donation is being tested for plasma and antibodies with respect to COVID-19. So the blood drives also serve for the Red Cross and for the science to find antibodies and create plasmas that will help fight COVID-19 in the hospitals. With all the things we are doing, the Red Cross has named us a premier partner on the peninsula. So again, kudos to our park teams. What you see standing there are a lot of volunteers, because I think we might not even have so many full-time employees in recreation as we have standing there right now. Parks and Recreation, Veterans Campground, we opened it when we were allowed to open it June 12th. We make revenues there, $62,000. Summer months are the months where we recover the cost for operating a year-round campground. So right now, this is our revenue, but what is interesting is, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have, oh yeah, there it is, 74.2% occupancy. So the weekends are usually close to sold out, and then we don't have a lot of happening during the week. Overall occupancy rate campground since June 12 is 74.2%. Sports Center, we had to close it, as you are all aware, but our workout videos with Lori are really helping to have folks use it. You see some of those have over 3,000 views, and they are being used by our population, by anyone who can log in. And we are trying to also with that to stay connected and relevant as a sports center. Again, Sports Center had to close. Sports Center right now is staffed with, I believe, a total of 3 employees right now, or maybe 4. The library sidewalk pickup continues to be successful. Here are the latest numbers from this morning. 15,503 items have been checked out since we started using that. 5,100 customers, so these are not unique customers. These are basically people who are doing a transaction with us. That can be several people, of course, multiple counts of the same person. Again, what keeps us, what is astonishing for us to a degree is the usage right now. Again, shows that 42% are residents of the city of Monterey who use the sidewalk service, and the rest are non-residents. Another idea that we discuss is that maybe folks that may work in the city of Monterey but live somewhere else, maybe in those numbers hidden, and maybe a resident of PG, but since they work here, they like to swing by with our library. But again, those numbers give us pause, and of course, we will continue to monitor that and propose measures that may bring those numbers up. Unique users, this is outdated data right now, so I ask you to take this with a grain of salt, because it contains our second quarter data, and that is basically sidewalk pickup started up again in June. But again, you see unique users, 481 city of Monterey, of a total of 1,084 users for our Monterey Public Library. And again, data makes us smarter. Data decisions will help. Data-based decisions will help us to organize our library, our Parks and Rec department, all our departments as we are opening our facilities hopefully soon. And with that, I conclude my presentation. This was kind of a potpourri of things that are going on under the COVID-19 label. And of course, with that, I'm happy to answer all the questions you may have.
All right. Yeah, thanks for the very thorough update, Hans. Is there any public comment that we know of on this, Matt?
Yep, we sure do, and it's from Susan Nine, and unfortunately, she did mention to me that she had a hard time getting onto the call earlier, but we'll take Susan's call at this time. Susan,
all right.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry I couldn't get through with the previous item. I would like to just say that I appreciate very much Tyler Williamson representing the interests of the community on the last item. And this report also overlaps with some of those same issues. I'd just like to say that I'm a longtime school teacher and I've been a parent, and I do believe that rules need to be made very clear. There need to be reasonable consequences, and repeated warnings just don't do it. With kids, with adults that act like kids. But with regards to the restaurants, we're all sympathetic to wanting the businesses to succeed. We're willing to make sacrifices, but one thing I think we're not willing to do is overlook the health guidelines that are being ignored in these locations. People don't wear masks when they're in the act of eating. They're supposed to put them on when they're not in the act of eating, but that doesn't seem to be happening. But what's alarming is to see how close together they're seated. As they expand on sidewalks, they're taking away the sidewalks from the public sidewalks from pedestrians who, if they are concerned about health risk, wouldn't go down those sidewalks without encountering people who are maskless. And as Hans pointed out, we can all avoid those areas, but we can't avoid the consequences of continued spread and escalation of this illness in our community, which this behavior scientists are telling us will cause this escalation. And I don't think it can be taken lightly, and looking at it again in 30 days in the midst of a health crisis is not the answer. So I'm sorry I didn't get through earlier because I am involved in studying social media, and this is a great concern to employees as well, who feel that they're being put at risk by non-compliance with the restaurants, by the restaurant owners. And I would just urge you to look at cities like Berkeley that have very clear, strict guidelines for outdoor eateries that must be followed or face revocation of the permit. So I hope you will continue to discuss this and look at it, because it really isn't being taken care of. I hope it will be. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Susan. We appreciate it. Our next caller is Esther Malkin. Hi, Esther.
Hello again. Yep, we're still at this. So I'm going to tell you that I've been in direct contact with staff and influenced a lot of how this renter assistance program has come to be. And I am appalled that no provisions are being made for people who make less than $54,000 a year if they are single, and $62,000 a year if there are two people. These HUD guidelines are part of the reason we have an ongoing existing problem for so long. I get the fact that HUD is going to be participating in the funding of this, but the city needs to separate some funds so that they can cover people who are falling through the gaps. The whole reason Monterey Peninsula Renters United was created 3 years ago and has become the voice that it is because of the sole purpose that those people were falling through the cracks because they're being told that they make too much money to qualify for any help. Not that there's really any help to be had when it comes to housing, because there's no Section 8 housing inventory. But I challenge anyone who expects someone to live on those salaries that are being put here and be able to afford to stay here. So I would encourage you guys, this is the first time I've seen these numbers, and I've been working on this particular program by force, that I pushed myself and brought the United Way to the staff and made sure that this was handled in a better way than they started out talking about. And by showing us that these are the numbers of that the very same people who have been the only ones that may have gotten some help from these non-existent programs, because there is no Section 8 housing, is an insult. And those people that fall through the cracks because supposedly make too much money, I want you guys to come up with a formula to show them how they are going to be able to afford living on these amounts that HUD has set. And I can tell you that if you don't get creative and go ahead and find a way, either don't set aside the portion of the funds that are not HUD so that you can cover these people, you will have the homelessness and the problems that we have been warning you about, because this is not going to help a big portion of the people that need it. They fall through the cracks because of this kind of exemption that we always get. Thank you.
Thanks, Esther. And we have a call from also Greg Hanlon. Hi, Greg.
Yes.
Hi, you're live with Monterey City Council. Hello?
Yes.
Yep. Would you like to say something?
Yes. My name is Greg Hamlin, and I'm a resident of Monterey and a homeowner. And I have a problem. I know that there is a agreement between Monterey Disposal and the city. And now specifically, I'm talking about my brown garbage can, which holds 36 gallons. That's not enough now in this COVID-19 era when people are ordering many things delivered. My can will not hold any longer the amount that was that it held before COVID-19. So it's my understanding that other cities like Seaside have an agreement for their trash pickup. I'm not talking about garbage. I'm not talking about recyclable or cuttings, just garbage. That they can have any one of 3 sizes of cans. And I don't know whether they're brown cans or some other color. But what I'm saying is that the city needs to renegotiate the contract that they have for larger cans for residential use, so that they will thereby have bigger ones than 36 gallons that will hold all of the necessary garbage that people have to put out every week. That concludes my talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we have no other public comment on this item.
All right, then, were there Council, questions or comments about the city manager's report?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the rental assistance program. Hans, you and I have talked about this. I know that there was conversation around using Salvation Army at a certain point, and that idea was abandoned. And now we're going to do it internal to city staff. And part of the thought that goes through my mind with it is the capacity. And so if we have, and I can't remember, help me remember, is it 3 months worth of rent it can go up to as far as support? Anybody?
We had a question. How long does the rental assistance last? Is that what you asked, Tyler?
Yeah, they can do a max of 3 months worth of rent, right? Okay. So just hypothetically say that we get $1,500 rent and they get 2 months worth of rent approved. That's 266 checks that we're going to be cutting. And this is just an example of the scenario. So I'm just wondering the city's capacity to be able to handle that, on top of some comments that I'll share in council comments in regards to a need for us to just look at doing some initial policy work in regards to protections for the renter community in the city. And so if we come to city staff, I'm worried that we're going to get to a point where now staff is too preoccupied with administering a program that we approved, as opposed to being able to focus energy on areas where there might be a need. So I'm not sure what the feelings are there.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate your concerns, Councilmember Williamson. The checks will be always cut by the city of Monterey because these are all our funds, and we always have to control where basically the checks have to be distributed by the city of Monterey. So that is one of the guidelines we cannot rule out. I shared with you during my presentation that I'm fully aware about the concerns about managing that program. And what you're talking about, and what I assume you might be bringing forward to the council, are actually policies that are not created in the housing office. They are created in the community development and planning office. And if you want to create different scenarios for density or for affordability of housing, etc., these are all functions that will be created out of the planning office. The housing office itself, of course, you point that out correctly, will be working on administering the rental assistance program to a great deal. And certain things, other things that we would usually do in the housing program, we simply will not do it. But we also have cut back on some of the programs like Mr. Fix-It or other service grants that we have not issued to worthy service providers. So yes, I admit that there will be offsetting work in the housing office that we will not get to. The things, though, that I know are part of your mission and part of future agendas, I really feel confident that the community development program and the planning office will continue to deliver those products. And again, there's a great deal of legal review also involved with that. So not so much in the rental assistance program. But I hear you, and I want to get on the record, and that's why I said it today during my presentation as well. I'm fully aware of those concerns. I'm fully aware that there might be concerns also in the community that this doesn't get administered correctly, and so I'll promise you a close monitoring for my part on that one.
All right, any other comments, questions? Okay. Obviously, this is going to be an ongoing discussion and action for us, and we're all crossing our fingers that an effective vaccine will be here sooner than later, and that we see the end of this. But meanwhile, we're compliment our staff on doing everything that they can in our community to keep us safe and try to have an economy at the same time. We have a request from Councilmember Hoffa to agendize a discussion. So I think we'll turn it right over to Alan, if we may. Alan, would you like to introduce this? We do have a report as well, but if you would introduce it, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, in November of 2016, of course, the California voters approved the Adult Use of Marijuana Act. The City of Monterey residents approved it at a 69.5% voting rate in favor. At that time, the council chose not to move forward with permitting cannabis businesses in the city. I was on the losing end of that debate, but I understand the council majority at that time wanted to be cautious. There were concerns about public safety and possible crime. And so we took a wait and see approach. In the interim, we've seen Delray Oaks open a successful dispensary. We've seen Seaside open a number. We've seen the Barnyard in Carmel. And recently Marina has moved forward. So I generally don't like to sort of put the council in a position of having to reconsider things that positions it's taken in the past. But I think that I think the landscape has changed a little. And in particular, the impact of COVID on our business and economic environment highlights the need for diversity in our business sector. I think it's highly likely, despite our best efforts, that we will be seeing empty storefronts in the near future. And so this is an opportunity that I would, if there's 3 votes to reconsider our position on legalization of business activity in the city, there is the opportunity to increase jobs and business opportunity as well as city revenue, which we're sorely in need of. We approved with tentatively, I guess you could say, a testing facility at Ryan Ranch. I think it was back in February, and maybe after I'm done speaking, the city manager can speak to this, but I don't believe they've moved forward with that, partly because of concern that we're going to impose additional restrictions above what the state already demands. And I just think if we do end up losing that, we've lost a real opportunity for a lot of good paying jobs at that particular facility. And we need testing, not only for cannabis, but that facility would probably be helping to test COVID, do the COVID test. So I just, I bring this forward. It's something that I think maybe the council is ready to reconsider. And I would ask for your consideration, and hopefully there'd be 3 votes that would want to reconsider.
Thank you, Alan. Anyone want to weigh in at this point? I'll start. Okay, go ahead, Ed, and I'll finish up. Go ahead, Ed, please. And Dan, then.
I'll be short. I don't want to have to repeat what I've already repeated in past years. No, I'm not ready to consider. I think the playing field has changed a bit in our neighbors, and I think there's a plethora of locations for people to acquire what it is that they need to acquire in our neighboring cities. But I just don't see the need to have it And I've always made the connection that if you make a decision about the use of what is now legal, marijuana, for the purposes of trying to get more money, then what do I tell my children from the previous years of me being in law enforcement? So from a position of what I did in my career and the experiences that I've had, I have not changed my mind at all, and I would not support it.
Thank you, Ed. Dan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that this is, as Alan mentioned, this is a different council than it was when it first was brought. And I think at least this council, I haven't made any decisions on it. I think this council at least should discuss it. I think it should come for a discussion. But I would need to know quite a few things first before we even discuss it, like staff economic analysis. Where would we propose to have the businesses? Would there be areas that we restrict them? Would it be medical versus recreational? I mean, there's all these different questions that I would need to be answered. But I mean, I think at least it's a valuable thing to at least discuss with this particular council.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, please, Tyler.
for sake of time, and I know you want to add some comments, but I'll just go ahead and make a motion for us to agendize and see if we can have a conversation in regards to an appropriate time frame to bring this back to onto the agenda.
If you will hold that thought, we'll open up public comment, then we'll get back to your motion, okay?
Very good point, Mayor.
Yes. Well, I had a very helpful staff that said public comment. Public comment, do we have any on this, Nat?
Yeah, it appears that we do, Mr. Mayor, and the first one,
Okay.
3622. Hi there. If you could please walk away from your speaker or your TV set. We're hearing some feedback here.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Nat. This is Kelly.
Hi, Kelly.
I'm going to move
Okay, great. Kelly Violini with the Monterey County Fairgrounds.
in the other room.
Mhm.
Yes, and wow, you should all be in your jammies right now. But this is Kelly, CEO of the Monterey County Fair and Event Center, and I just wanted to weigh in on this. I don't think it's a secret that myself, my board of directors, who were all appointed by the great governor, are very interested in this topic, and we've always been supporters of cannabis events in the future, and just going ahead and researching what it can bring with revenue to the city of Monterey. So that is all. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Kelly, for calling. And how do you know that we're not in our PJs already? So sorry, I had to say that. Let's hear next from Patrick Phillips. Hi, Patrick. Thanks for calling in. Hello, Patrick. 5850.
Hello?
Yep, hello. You're live with the Monterey City Council.
I hear the council speaking, so
Yeah.
am I to speak?
Yes, you may speak now, but you need to move away from your computer set or your television set.
I got it.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. I want to speak to the issue of the marijuana dispensaries. This is a matter of life and death for most of us who use the dispensaries. So please consider that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next caller is 2999. Please state your name and place of residence, and we'll start the timer. Hello?
Am I on?
Yep, you're on. Yes, you're.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Thank you. My name is Valentia Piccinini, and I stood before you nearly a decade ago, and again in 2014, to encourage the city of Monterey to put an ordinance in place to allow safe access. At that time, we had none. I have been open now just about 7 months, and in Carmel, I'm the last dispensary to open. We have a state-of-the-art cannabis wellness destination. The local people, as this woman just spoke, that we just heard, it is life and death because it's quality of life. And it has been life-changing for me since 2010. I got out of a wheelchair. I was bedridden with 2 teenage children at the time. And cannabis allowed me, after Stanford sent me there, to create a directive where I did not have as much inflammation and I was able to create movement for myself. And now I walk with a cane. It's the only aid that I use. The quality of people that people were always afraid of, and I think I was the first one to address that the model needed to be changed. I think that we've done a beautiful job in raising the standard. I believe mine takes it in the state of California to a completely different level. It's a state-of-the-art cannabis wellness center. However, I have pharmacists, I have RNs, I have LVNs, and I have CNAs, which are our patient educators. And the people from Monterey and other parts of the community do frequent this store often, at least once a week, for pain management, for sleeplessness, for different disease states like myself with MS and cancer. And we've been declared a necessity. And I believe, as I stand here 10 years later, that Monterey is losing out on some tax revenue that I think you really need. And so I would love to have it agendized to make a presentation. Monterey was my first choice, and it would be my intention to have another one there, because there is still a depth of the market that has not been reached on the education component. And I believe that we can effectively create that for your community, and it will not be another pop shop. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thanks for your feedback. And that is all for tonight for public comment.
All right, well then we'll go back to our good friend Tyler. You were getting ready to make a motion. Now is your time.
Right. I got a little excited there. So
oh, good.
yeah, so I'll make a motion for us to agendize this, and I'm not sure I'll wait for a second and then I'll kind of add some comments.
I'll second your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure what the feeling is as far as getting this back in front of us to consider, but given the fact of, I think one of the arguments that's being made in support of this is the potential revenue that could be created. And I imagine the time that it's going to take to get the code to change, if that's the direction that the council decides to take, and allowing businesses to actually acquire property and get things going to actually start generating the revenue. I think the sooner that we do this, the better, as part of our portfolio in regards to generating some revenue. Now, I hear Ed's concerns, and I'm not saying that I'm supporting this solely for the revenue piece, but the revenue piece is definitely a very good motivation, particularly at this time. But this is just the right thing to do. The majority of the residents support it. I can go down a litany of reasons why I think we should do this, but I'll spare that for the conversation. I'll just kind of end with the fact that a lot of our residents and perhaps residents of neighboring communities are going to other communities to do it and think actually to make purchases. And if you think about tourists as well, when they're coming into town, they're coming to Monterey. We can capture them while they're here, and it can provide us a great opportunity. So I think this is a wonderful opportunity, and I'm glad to see that there's some support to at least have the conversation.
Okay, good. A couple of things come to mind is one, I think if we do decide to agendize this, we can find out what the revenue potential is, get some hard data. And then secondly, I've moved on this because I was talking to a doctor who told me that because of cannabis, he had elderly patients on opioids, basically bedridden, but with the use of cannabis and just out of it, basically. And with the use of cannabis, it was almost miraculous. how these folks got off some of these heavy drugs and were able to become functional again. And the doctor hadn't any skin in the game, wasn't making any money on this, but it was a very convincing argument, I thought. But then again, when we agendize this is just an agenda item, doesn't mean we're all going to approve it, but it's certainly time to get the data on the table and look how our neighboring folks are, and has there been an increase of crime? Has there been an increase of any kind of activity that we're not interested in? But it's time to have that conversation, in my opinion.
Mayor, sorry, if I may just kind of go back to that as far as the timing.
Yes.
I'm thinking that the first meeting in September may not be ideal because I know that we pushed the ADU discussion to then, and I imagine that because we're not going to be having a council meeting until then, that first meeting might not be the best, but I'm thinking could we look at the second meeting in September?
Sure. Well, we can see how, let's ask our staff to shoot for that, okay? Because if we don't meet for 3 weeks, you see what our meetings are like every 2 weeks. If we don't meet
come on.
for a month, that's okay.
Yeah.
Let's.
I just want to say it comes down to choices. I've said this before. Whatever the council sets as the priority, staff will march and do that. But please don't expect that we have 10 number one priorities that we can kick out every 4 to 6 weeks. And I hope you understand that. This is a complex topic, and it's not that simple to pull the data out of the internet to say what our revenues are. And absolutely, we will work on that, but other priorities then will fall to the wayside.
Got it. All right, so we do have a motion and a second to agendize this. Roll call, please.
Let's see, Councilmember Smith.
No.
Okay, Councilmember Hoffa.
Yes.
Councilmember Albert.
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Thank you. It's 11:02. We really should adjourn unless someone has a burning council comment or city manager report. I think it's time. Tyler, something briefly?
Well, Alan, how are you feeling about it? So
maybe if we could each limit our comments to a minute or less.
Okay, so we just wanted to provide some feedback. So as you all may have heard, I invited Alan to join me at my last talks with Tyler to have a discussion around social justice, just to have a dialogue with the public around the recent events in regards to racial inequities. And I would just kind of quickly say here that I think it was a great turnout. We got some really good public dialogue going on. And I want to kind of do quick highlights of some of the feedback that we received. But before I go into that, I just want to identify that what I'm sharing isn't the proposal that Alan and I are giving. It's just the feedback that a summary of the feedback that we received. So let me just kind of quickly go through. Sorry, let me just find the right document here. The feedback. So the first thing was as a starting place, the possibility of passing a resolution on diversity, inclusion, and equity. And the idea there is that by having that resolution, it could really set the framework of all the other policies, so it can help push us through what the direction is we go in regards to the other issues. And that can include governing for racial equity, and housing related issues are essential. The second piece was reassessing how we present our history. So perhaps tasking the city's Historical Preservation Commission with making recommendations to the council on how we can acknowledge our history better in the city. There was a representative from the Esselen tribe in the dialogue, and I sent him a follow-up email afterwards, and their council was actually going to meet and discuss recommendations that they could provide to us officially. So we're still pending that response, but that's an opportunity for us to actually engage our citizenry in some of the local commissions. The third one was HR practices, diversity and inclusion. That includes training and some other elements. The fourth element is police oversight. So the idea of having more town halls specifically focused on policing, panel discussions with various subject matter experts. Another element of that is police transparency and accountability. There was ideas of a public human relations commission, or maybe just the council taking a bigger role in that regard. So there's some elements associated with that. The next one, number 5, is leveraging resources with neighboring jurisdictions. So there's this organization called Cahoots, where they provide some non-emergency services that can help alleviate some of the pressures that we put on our police department. And so there's this idea of creating a nonviolent response JPA. There was a lot of ideas about kind of working more regionally in that regards. The sixth one is a list of minority, looking at Black, Asian, Latino, and I guess the list doesn't necessarily end there, own businesses, and possibly posting that on the city's website. And then the last element here that I have is actually the cannabis funding. So if we decide to move forward with that, I think it's important for us to consider a conversation on what is it that we plan on doing with that funding. So some ideas that came up was emergency rental assistance, affordable housing, obviously something to kind of give back to the underserved community. So that was my quick try. I know that was probably over a minute, but that was kind of my quick way of saying it. And I'll just pass it to Alan if he has anything addition to add to that.
So I think we need to share the written document with the rest of the council, but that was a good summary. And it's about beginning a conversation with the broader community and the staff and the council to figure out how can we just make better, make Monterey even better at being an inclusive city that I know we all believe and want to achieve. So I think in the future, we would want to have other study sessions on maybe some of those topics.
And I would just say one more thing for my council comments quickly here, which is I think there's a need for us to dive in a little bit deeper here. And I was referring to this earlier in the meeting in regards to housing related issues, particularly for the rental community. So I'm thinking that it might be appropriate for us to look at a across the board ban on rent increases during this time. Given that, I mean, to me, just the idea of raising somebody's rent right now, just that idea blows my mind when people are barely able to pay their rent. So I am going to put an agenda report together, submit that to city staff, and see if I can get that on the agenda so that we can discuss it at a later date, but for the September 1st meeting. So I know there's a lot going on, but I think that a lot of people in our community are hurting, and I think we need to take some quick action in that regard. So I just kind of wanted to share that update with you all. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you for your comments and your summary. Appreciate that. Other council comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I want to give a real quick, brief report. As part of my role in serving the council on AMBAG, I'm on the Monterey Bay Sanctuary Advisory Council. And then we had a subcommittee meeting on Monday. We discussed what has currently gotten to the 4-year, 5-year mark of working on the sanctuary management plan. It's earmarked as an every 10-year journey and cranks out about every 5 years. We're only about 4 years behind in finally getting to the draft plan. So I would encourage those that are interested in seeing what proposed new regulations are there. It's management plans the draft is on the NOAA site for Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary. So you can look at that. I think it's been an exhaustive study with a group of collaborative groups up and down the state working on that, and the management plans in draft form. It'll now go out for public comment. I think as a harbor city like Monterey and Santa Cruz, we're very satisfied with the progress that it's made on the proposal for dredging. There's actually some conversations going on with artificial reef, and so bringing some science for evaluations for several of those projects. So the city council has written position papers in the past. It seems to have helped. We've had a good conversation over the last 5 years. The draft plan now moves ahead for public comment. So I'm very encouraged with the contents of the 500-page report, and we went through that on Monday. And the last thing I wanted to talk about is I serve also on the TAMSI board, on rail, on the exec and the regular board. And we introduced back in July a new attorney that represents us, and we congratulated the retirement of Kay Ryman, who's been in the business of representing TAMSI for on and off for probably 15 years. So she's part of the county council team that's retired. And we have a new attorney that represents us that is off and running. I think she'll be absolutely great. Deputy County Counsel Catherine Hansen, who has been around a while, has a lot of great experience. So she joins to represent TAMSI at the county council. So just want to report on those two agencies that I serve on those committees, and encourage people to go to the sanctuary website and look at the management plan draft and comment back as it moves through its process. And one last thing, I really look forward to the point when we can get our numbers better and the governor adjusts the shelter in place, and we get back together and have a meeting in person at the dais under whatever conditions it takes. I'm looking forward to doing that because you know, it's 11 o'clock. We do these meetings all week long and every other week for council. And this is just no way to conduct business. It's no way to conduct life, and we're tired of it.
Yes.
But we just got to be patient a little bit longer. But I want to focus those folks that we're looking at the data on COVID and the percentages, and look specifically at the peninsula. And I want to say, for those that are following the rules and you're doing what you're supposed to do, the numbers are reflected very well on the peninsula and especially Monterey. Thank you to the Monterey residents that are, you're educated, you're behaving yourselves, and the numbers are within control in Monterey. But keep it up. Don't give up. Stay with it. Stay safe. And that's it.
Okay, Dan, please.
Okay, Mayor. Yeah, Nat, give me 1 minute. Put me on the timer.
I'm happy to do that for you.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold it. Let me get ready.
Time up.
Go. So I do sit on the Monterey Regional Waste Management District, and I just thought I'd like to talk some trash real quickly here. I know. I was going to say garbage, but I thought trash. Hey, I'm in 1 minute. So we did approve a budget in July, and they do have $4 million deficit. And this sounds familiar, but they are staff reductions and wage cuts, but they do have a balanced budget. They did temporarily close the Last Chance Mercantile, which a lot of people, it's very popular, a lot of people like. There is a tip fee increase in solid waste and green waste and biosolids. But one thing I do want to mention is that there's an increase in green waste recovery customers, but that's not us because we're under a franchise with Monterey Disposal. So whatever you hear out there, there is no increase for Monterey Disposal. 3 seconds. The last thing is, thanks. The last thing is, now you guys got me flustered. The last thing is talking about economic recovery. I would really like a report on the RFPs of our Fort Ord properties, because I know that was a long time ago, and it'd be nice to know whether we can develop some economic growth out there. So I'd sure like to see those RFPs. That's it. Did I make it?
Yeah, oh, you, with 15 seconds to spare.
You bet. I could talk fast.
Yeah, you did a great job. City manager reports?
I have just a dozen or so. I
Yeah,
would ask Nat to put a 10-minute timer up, please, and I will hurry up to get through that. No,
Yeah,
Mr.
all right.
Mayor, I have nothing. Thank you.
Okay, good. Well, everybody stay safe, stay healthy, and let's continue to take care of each other. Meeting adjourned.